the policy against too.
Mic test.
Yeah.
This is the January board meeting for the Newburgh Dundee Public Schools. And so we'll call the meeting to order and have the flag salute. Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation. Yeah. And the first item is a recess to executive session as per ORS 192.6602I to review and evaluate the employment-related performance of the chief executive office of any public body, public officer, employee, or staff member who does not request an open hearing. Second, ORS 192.6602H to consult with legal counsel regarding the legal rights and duties of a public body with regard to current litigation or likely to be filed. And the third one, ORS 192.6602B to consider the dismissal or discipline or to hear complaints or charges brought against a public officer, employee, staff member, or individual agent who does not request a public hearing. So we will recess now to executive session. Thank you. think we're ready to start here. So we are back from the executive session, and now are there any additions or deletions to the agenda? No? If not, then the first item is consent agenda. New hires and resignations, the minutes from the last board meeting, and then anonymous donation for $1,500 for reading and math, which whoever's anonymous say thank you to. So is there a motion or any comments about the consent agenda?
Yeah, I'll move that the Newburgh-Dundee Public School Board of Directors approve the consent agenda as presented.
Second.
Okay, Saul, second. All those in favor? Unanimous. Public forum, individuals who are speaking. We have individuals, public, one.
Lauren. I can go ahead and read the one.
Okay, we have one that was sent in, and then Lauren will come.
I'll read the one. Yeah, 3 minutes going. Okay. Good evening, board members and the Newburgh-Dundee committee or community. It's been a couple of months since I checked in publicly with the community. My name is Drew Gallagher. I'm a parent of 2 students, live in Dundee, and I'm also a high school teacher and president of the Newburgh Education Association. Recently, we had our back to school professional development on January 2nd. We had professional trainers come in and offer education on keeping students engaged, classroom management, and some more classes that were tailored for specific subjects. We even had some of our amazing teachers helping out and leading some of the classes. It was a nice opportunity to get refreshers on things we learned in grad school for many of us decades ago, like group participation strategies and making sure to find a way to get every kid engaged. We're still working out the kinks with this mid-year professional development and offering unique opportunities for all the different types of teachers, but it seems like we are working in the right direction. The teaching and learning department checked in with me a few times and offered me opportunities for feedback, which is a positive in a collaborative relationship. I'd like to thank the district admin and especially the teaching and learning department for putting this together for us. In addition, on Wednesday of this week, all of the district administrators, the building principals, and all of the association representatives will be meeting at NHS after school to discuss current issues facing our schools. It's called labor management, and we'll be discussing issues such as grading practices, late work policies, and PLC work so that the administrators can have meaningful conversations with teacher leaders about how these practices are working in the real world, as well as if we need to think about changing any of them. The wonderful thing about the education community is that we have administrators and classroom educators who work together, who together have decades of experience with the sole desire of the success of the youth of Newburgh and Dundee. When we get these two groups together in an environment where they can speak freely and have professional and friendly discourse, the end result is invariably beneficial for our kids. The idea of labor management meetings came about 10 plus years ago before I was involved with association leadership, and is part and parcel to our idea in Newburgh of collaboration, which is the preface to our entire contract. The genesis of the idea was that administrators and teacher leaders should have the opportunity to get together twice a year and discuss meaningful issues in order to improve learning environments and opportunities for our kids. Finally, we also have a new bargaining session coming up for the CBA between the district and the association. The superintendent and we have scheduled a handful of days for the bargaining process, and I'm hopeful for a productive and transparent bargaining session. Over the last 1.5 years, we've gotten to know each other better, and I hope that the superintendent and my habit of openness and forthright communication continues and results in a fair and productive bargaining session. Thank you for taking the time to read this, and my apologies for not getting on the agenda sooner to accommodate me reading this in person. Drew Gallagher.
Thank you. Okay, Lauren?
Perfect, right there. If you prefer, would you push the button so that the speaker?
Can you hear me? Okay, cool. Good evening. I'm Lauren. I'm from Newburgh and I'm a parent of 2 kiddos. I would like to thank those Newburgh Dundee Schools staff and volunteers who genuinely serve the students out of care and selflessness. At the last school board meeting, December 12th, 2023, at hour 2 and minute 26, I learned that religion was left out in policy BDBDA, the board meetings policy. Under the last paragraph on the first page, quote, "No meetings will be held at any place where discrimination on the basis of disability, race, creed, color, sex, sexual orientation, gender identity, age, or national origin is practiced." Religion was left out. If anyone in this district or state thinks that they can get away with coercively get away with such behavior in the future, they shall think again. I will inform the public now about the Pacific Justice Institute Law Firm, or PJI. PJI supports parents, staff, and the like regarding religious or faith freedoms. The PJI law firm, which does not charge clients for their services, does not charge clients for their services as they are an organization, is a national organization. PJI currently has 36 offices in 29 states, coast to coast, and over 250 active cases. The public should know that they can contact this law firm to get the support they need to protect, uphold, and continue to implement their religious freedoms without charge. Thank you.
Thank you. We will, no other. No, okay. Reports, presentations, and
Excuse me,
discussion.
Board,
Okay.
I know we don't typically do a response, but I think at that same board meeting, it was referred back to the policy committee for discussion about that and reworking. So there's going to be movement on that. I think it's important since, okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mental health presentation, Dr. Jerry Turgensen, Tony Buckner, and Amy Stevens. Oh, and Elise. I thought your name wasn't on the agenda, sorry. Thank you.
Make sure that's working. All right. Thank you for having us today. My name is Tony Buckner, and I am the Director of Special Programs here for Newburgh School District. With me are colleagues that I have had the pleasure of working with for some 7-8 years and some just a couple, but we are doing some pretty tremendous works around behavioral health. And we wanted to let you know exactly some updates of where some of our funding has gone, what outcomes we're seeing, as well as what the future looks for us going forward. With that, we have two different topics that we really wanted to cover today regarding students' mental health, or student mental health, and that is direct service, what our service providers are doing for our students directly, as well as our systemic support and intervention, working with our counselors, working with our mental health therapists that are actually within our building. Between this model, you will see that we are reaching students not only directly, but indirectly and touching the lives of every single student within Newburgh. But before we get into that, I do want to give a huge shout out to the Austin Foundation. We met with them just a few weeks ago and shared with them about some of the great work that they had done and given us funding for at the high school, and what we were looking at even bringing into some of our middle schools, as well as the other support that they're giving directly to Lutheran and our other partners, so that mental health supports can continue even today. So Austin's have been a tremendous partner with us ever since 7 years ago when we had a slew of suicides within Newburgh. Besides the Austins, we also have our other partners, community partners that are engaging in the mental health work of Newburgh, and those are HHS, Lutheran Community Services, and Providence Hospital. Those three partners have been tremendous in terms of actually providing therapists, providing support, chemical dependency counselors, right to our students. And so we meet with these guys monthly in consultation. We're meeting with them again with a memorandum of understanding to revamp the work that we started 7 years ago, and then even going forward into a new agreement, hopefully for the next 7 years. So we're really excited about that. You will hear us say a couple, this isn't a slide, but you will hear us say a couple acronyms. I just want to make sure you're all aware. CADC, that really just means a drug and alcohol counselor. SUD, SUD, again, same thing. And then the last thing is QMHP. QMHP is a qualified mental health professional. So we're going to use these terms because if we were to say QMH or a qualified mental health professional or a licensed chemical and alcohol dependency counselor, we'll be here a lot longer. So I only have 3 minutes and I want to make sure you know what those acronyms are going forward. I'm going to turn the time over to really explain what our direct service model looks like to Ms. Elise Yarnell.
Okay. All right. Well, thanks for having me. And Elise Yarnell, and I'm the Director of Access for Providence Medical Group. And for this conversation, I'm just really honored and privileged to be supporting our school-based health center. And that work started back in 2000. I have to look at Jerry. How long have we lived in Newburgh? 2017, I think. And has just really evolved since then. And I want to share really in the last year, a lot of work that has just been enhanced quite significantly. And it gives me goosebumps. So the organizations like Tony mentioned, I've just listed out here and listed which age they primarily serve. Granted, all of our organizations kind of dabble in and out to support one another. And that's one area of focus we've really taken for this school year is how we can have better handoffs, especially in transitions from when a kiddo goes from elementary to middle and middle to high school, and how we as service providers can work together more closely around specific students that we're supporting under what will be our new memorandum of understanding that's really been spearheaded by Tony and Dr. Phillips and Amy. And I guess Dr. Ferguson too. So Providence, I will just speak of, we had the opportunity to step in as a medical sponsor. We went live with the school-based health center that I don't know if we thought, I don't know, I didn't think maybe would happen. And that was in October of 2022. So we've been open for just over a year now. And that has been the kind of missing puzzle piece to the full comprehensive health care that we can provide for students and families within Newburgh Dundee schools. We had been providing mental health and social determinants of health resourcing prior to the fall of 2022. And then the addition of physical health was what we added when we formalized the school-based health center. And we're now an accredited school-based health center with the Oregon Health Authority, which is a lengthy process. So Providence supports mental health and physical health. George Fox University and Pacific University through their PsyD program support middle and high school for mental health. HHS high school district behavioral health staff has been a new addition this year and something that I think all of us are really proud of. And it's been, as a community partner, really exciting to see the school district take the next step of taking mental health really seriously in this last year and formalizing that through hiring directly staff. And I think that just shows their long-term commitment to mental health and what the impacts on learning are. And then Lutheran is in elementary and middle, and our resource rooms, just a shout out to all of our parent and adult volunteers that support the resource rooms. I'm continually blown away by the amount of support that they offer for our families. And I do want to just say thank you to Dr. Phillips. I know I've said it before, but there was a period of time where I really think that through the division in our community, I did not know as a community partner if we were going to be able to launch the school-based health center. And I do think that this area of mental health, physical health, social determinants of health has been a huge bright spot on your career, if I can just speak directly. And I really don't think that this would have happened without you really pushing it across the finish line and then also continuing to enhance the services. And bringing some of those services in-house, I think is going to help just the longevity as a partner. It's hard sometimes when we have staff turnover, when we're going through financial constraints as an organization. It's really important that the organization we're supporting has a backbone and foundation within itself to support the work forward. And I think that through the people right here to my right and left, they're just a phenomenal team to work with. And I really trust the work that's happening. And then in terms of just some preliminary data, I think we would love HHS, Lutheran, and Providence and the district behavioral health team meet regularly on a monthly basis. And we are working on preparing, and as part of our new MOU, preparing quarterly data for the school board so that you can have all health data in one spot. Right now, we all provide data, but it's fragmented and you can't see really it as one picture for the Newburgh Dundee community. And so I think that would be a good thing to hold our feet to the fire and accountability for us as a contracted provider of yours to present that at least on an annual basis and get in front of you and you see our faces. So we would welcome an invitation for more information on programming in the future. But you can see just the total lives or total kiddos that have been supported in this last quarter. So from quarter 4, really 1,132 kiddos for mental health, 294 for physical health, and then 617 for social determinants of health. And social determinants of health would be any resourcing for transportation, financial assistance needs, clothing, food, safety needs, etc. And one just shout out to the school-based health center team. We work really hard on financial emergencies for families, and this is a really large gap in our community. We have a lot of really great resourcing through different community-based agencies for if you know you're going to have a problem paying your electrical bill next month, but if your electric is shut off, there aren't a lot of resources to step in to help get that electricity back on. Same with water and sewer, and then also for rental assistance and mortgage assistance. And so we've been able to support 38 families financially in the last quarter, which is pretty amazing. And so we do have funding set aside to be able to do that.
Okay, thank you. So I'm going to speak with you today about how we're using our structures within our schools to support this work. So to start, in 2020, Oregon Department of Education came out with guidelines that specifically spoke to a model of integrated mental health for our state and for school districts to work in collaboration within the communities to support the needs. So speaking directly to what steps we do as districts to ensure we're working together to address the mental health needs of our students, our staff, and our overall community. That is exactly what our district did in 2020 and providing direct mental health counselors within our schools. And since then, we've been making the steps to be able to more fully integrate that work. And I'm going to speak to how that is looking for us. So one of the major steps was in constructing our strategic plan. Within our plan, our 7 goals. Our first 2 are primarily speaking to this integration of mental health and how our dependence on our success as a school district, that foundation of our mental health well-being for our students, our staff, and our community are essential, that is the cornerstone for our ongoing growth. And knowing that allows us as an overall community and an overall district to know how to work together and work in partnership and understanding what those signs are for us that are going to tell us that we're continuing to move forward that work. So then to speak specifically, in this past year, we're being very intentional about how that collaboration can look so that we can engage with Lutheran Community Services and Providence Medical Group and Health and Human Services so that we can say, for each of our buildings, we are doing the same thing. We're doing this consistently, and we're informing ourselves of the steps we're taking that are helping us get us in the direction that we want to go. So specifically, we do monthly case management meetings, and we've established a protocol to be able to conduct these meetings so that we're doing this consistently across the district. And we're engaging in a MOU with our community partners that help us all understand how we can interact and how we can collaborate. So we're using our tools through our protocols to be able to do this work. And then in these steps of integration, we are helping build the capacity of all of us by sharing the knowledge and the expertise that we have. So it's benefiting our students in the direct services they're providing. They're benefiting us as educators as we're learning from one another and understanding how we can best support the needs of one another by using our expertise. The other piece too, as ODE, Oregon Department of Education stated, is that school ownership piece, that we're going in the direction of being able to name as schools what that process is so that we can ensure we have a sustainable system of integration and collaboration. So we're able to be able to state this is how schools work. This is how we have reading interventions and math interventions. How does that same sort of operational system work within mental health? And how can we share that knowledge with our community partners so that we can make sure that we are continually growing together? So we're using those systems pieces to be able to support that work and learn from each other and being able to really continue that work and continue to grow. Another tool is our scope of mental and behavioral health services and supports. You guys all have a hard copy of this as well. So this is another one of our tools that helps us be able to articulate roles and for us to be able to be members within a collaborative group to be able to say, this person can speak to this. And who can we call on for this specific need? So as we have students that are exhibiting a level of needs, then we'll know what is the appropriate means of support for a specific student. And how can we help our community partners understand what each person within our school does and be able to know how to work best together. This helps us ensure that we're appropriately utilizing our resources. And for our students that need a higher level of care, we're able to explain what those specific needs are. So these are just a couple of the tools that we're making sure to use, and we're going to continue going down this road to make sure that we're continuing to have really strong partnerships and we're all working together.
So close. I'm Dr. Jerry Tergeson, and I am really excited that I get to say that I am part of the school district this year. So I have been a long time volunteer, more or less. So it's really exciting to be here as a kind of an inside member of the team. So I have been kind of in partnering with Amy and Tony, really excited about some of the systemic level work that we've been able to do as part of enhancing consistency where appropriate for the type of care that our kids are receiving. So Tony and Amy both mentioned that we're working to optimize our memorandum of understanding. And what that's really helping us do is make sure that we have really great collaboration and really great partnerships with our organization, and that the kids who are receiving care through the school district, the families have kind of some standardization, some consistency in how those services look. So if you're getting therapy with a district provider, it is very similar to what's happening with our Lutheran providers, which is very similar to what's happening with our HHS providers. So I think that consistency is just a really important piece. Of course, we're all different organizations, so we're going to have our own flair. We're going to have a few different kind of policies, procedures, but we're having a lot of consistencies in the process and the experience that I think is going to be really important for families, particularly as kids transition from elementary school to middle school, that we're able to be really intentional with how we're coordinating those transitions. So no misses happen. We don't have kiddos or families falling through the cracks, and we can really make sure that we are wrapping around families in a holistic way to maintain the support that they need. Part of that has been talking about what do referrals look like. We have kind of the scope of providers that we have. So how do we make sure that we're providing good referrals to the right level of care, to the right agency, and that we're able to pick those referrals up and make sure that kiddos are getting scheduled in a way that's really effective and eases the way for our families. Simultaneously, we're working a lot on step down and step up services. So if I'm seeing a kiddo with really significant anxiety, maybe we've made some really great success in our goals, we're moving along well, that I know that I can then hand them off to the school counselor who can maintain that work, check in with them, and then open up a slot with me for another higher risk kiddo who might need that level of care. And then simultaneously, if our counselor's working with the kiddo, they notice that they're really struggling, they can do that step up. So we're kind of really able to fluidly move kiddos into the right level of care based on their needs for the moment. And having just that really good community coordination takes away so much of the burden for our families and really helps to support these kids that are maybe in a really vulnerable space, or families who need the extra level of support. We've also been working on making sure that we just optimize our district-based behavioral health procedures. So we've been able to expand in hiring some district providers. And so we want to make sure that we have the same best practices and standards that our community providers are having. So we have done some optimization of our behavioral health documentation within the district as far as where that documentation happens, what are our best practices for documentation, standards for providing virtual visits, what our risk management processes look like for our behavioral health providers, and then development of our own informed consent and consent to treat documents, making sure that we have all of that available in English and Spanish so that we're, again, minimizing barriers and really meeting families with their unique individualized needs. All of these processes really make sure that we're able to support early intervention and intervention of evidence-based practices, which I think is really the highest quality of care and service that we can offer to our families. And then from a district perspective, the other piece that kind of all of this systemic and structural considerations they're doing is it opens up the possibility for us to look into long-term considerations around district billing for Medicaid services. As a potential way to help to support with some level of reimbursement through Medicaid to help with financial sustainability for this expansion of behavioral health services. So we're laying a groundwork, and I'm sure we'll be talking with you all more about that in the long term. I'm really excited with how we've been able to expand services. I think having been a community partner, our relationships with community partners are really important to me. So one of the pieces that we're doing around that expansion, so we have our monthly case consultation meetings. We're also expanding that out to have complex case consultation meetings. So if we have a school who really identifies that they have a youth that has been engaged in mental health services, they've been receiving supports, and they're still really struggling, whether there's an academic concern or a behavioral concern, the people who know that kiddo from an educational standpoint really know that there's ways that we can optimize, that we're going to have a complex case management team. So we're going to have our school psychs, myself, Leo was our community specialist, our special education team, have everybody really get together and take a really holistic picture of that kiddo around what are their needs and how do we help to develop a child and family centered goal and plan that really places that child and the family at the center with what their goals are and how we can ensure that we're, again, collaborating with our community resources, looking outside of ourselves and making sure that we're optimizing getting these kids into the right level of services and care to help support their academic success. And then making sure that we're leaving that meeting with really structured planning and follow-up so that I know that I'm leaving with tasks A, B, and C that I need to do. Amy has a to-do list, and that we're able to then do really intentional objective. Here's our list, here's our plan, and here's who's kind of on first to help make sure that this family gets the support and resources that they need. We've referenced it a couple of times. The district hired a bilingual CSW QMHP. So she is predominantly providing services at Mountain View. She's doing a little bit at Catalyst and a little bit at the school-based health center, but having that bilingual therapy service expansion has been incredible for our families. Our partnerships with George Fox University and Pacific University are definitely something that I think are really amazing. We started the year with 2 full-time doctoral candidates, and they have been taking back such positive messages to their universities that we have been growing. And I have students who are regularly reaching out to me. We had a new student who started yesterday. She had her first 2 day with us. So students are really excited with the training that they're getting here and really excited with the service opportunities. So that community collaboration, community partnership has been really amazing. So a full-time doctoral candidate from both universities averages around 16 hours a week, sometimes up to 20 of direct care services. And then our part-time candidates are usually 8 to 10 hours of direct service provision. So right now we have 2 full-time at the school-based health center. We have a part-time who's doing specifically substance use disorder work at the school-based health center. I have a part-time provider at Mountain View Middle School, 2 part-time at Catalyst, and then 1 part-time at Chehalem Valley Middle School. So, and both George Fox and Pacific are really excited about our training for next year. I'm already getting candidates who are reaching out, asking for the opportunity to work with us next year. And I am really excited. Assessment is not something that we have done as a school district before for our candidates. Doctoral candidates need direct assessment experiences, and we have a lot of students who need assessments. And so we're going to be partnering with our school psychologists to help expand out some of the resources that we're able to offer and ease their burden and load a little bit through some assessment services as well in partnership with both George Fox and Pacific. So really excited for those community partnerships. It's been, we started 7 years ago with just me and then like a halftime here and there. So to see that even just this year have jumped from 2 trainees to 6 and are getting such positive feedback from both of these universities is really amazing. So just a very brief update. Another systemic piece that we're working on is our alternative to suspension program for students who have drug and alcohol related concerns or substance use on campus. So this needs its own full presentation, but I just wanted to put it out there so that y'all are aware. This has been some work that we're doing in partnership with the high school. It's an active pilot program that we have. So if students are caught on campus with substance, maybe they're vaping in the bathroom, that there is a really targeted plan for how we can support these students and providing them the opportunity to engage in treatment and intervention as a component to that disciplinary concern, as opposed to a suspension alone. So some of our partnering districts have been doing this work with a lot of really great success. We've gotten really good feedback so far from our high school administrative staff, and there is a need and an ask to expand out to our middle schools. So that's been really good work so far. So more to come. The other piece that I've been doing a lot of work around in conjunction with all of our partners is some standardization around our risk assessment. So 7 years ago, when we had the 6 deaths by suicide within that 6-month window, part of our action plan from that is that we developed, it was Tony and myself and our school counselors at that time, we developed a standardized risk assessment. And that has been the district's document that has really been utilized since that time. Lots of staff turnover has happened. There's been lots of changes. And so not everyone is as familiar with that documentation process now. And so there is, I think, transparently some inconsistent utilization. And so that's been a real area of focus. So part of that, I had the opportunity to do the professional development training this year with our school counselors. So we spent 90 minutes together talking about best practices for risk assessment, what a really good evidence-based risk assessment looks like, and then use the latter portion of that as a work group to really talk talk about, here's the current tool that we have. Here are some evidence-based tools that exist kind of out in the wild. What do you like? What's working? What's helpful? And really got a lot of great counselor input. And so we're going to continue that consensus building approach to standardization. I'm nearly done with a templated document that I'm going to send out to them to solicit more feedback. We'll do a pilot period and then land with an updated evidence-based documentation, as well as some notification standards that are in place, because we want to make sure that these assessments aren't happening in isolation for our most vulnerable students, so that if a risk assessment happens, that it's appropriately staffed with school administration, that the next level 2 evaluation happens if a student is considered to be high risk, and that we then have appropriate standardization around our intervention and tracking to make sure that we can just really keep tabs on these kids and that they're getting the supports, resources, referrals, and care that they need, as well as appropriate family supports. So super meaningful work. So this has also been a really exciting piece that we have been doing. It's been a busy few months, y'all. We wrote a grant for the Oregon Health Authority. So and our total grant request was $785,000. I do not think we got the whole 785,000. So I just want to be clear out the gates. I don't know how much we got, but we asked for $785,000. It was a highly competitive application process. I got an email beginning of December that they had so many applications and so many high quality applications that they were going to need to extend out the review period until mid-January. So I was really excited when we got a notification on Friday, very late Friday, that we had been selected as a final candidate as a notification of award. So we may have gotten $50 or we may have gotten $500,000, but we got something, which I think is really exciting. And, you know, I think this was a really great grant and really gave us an opportunity as a district to look at what do we need and how can we help to support our youth specifically in the area of substance use prevention and intervention. So this grant really looked at culturally affirming approaches to providing substance use disorder treatment, both from an intervention frame and a prevention frame. So we included a little bit of everything. So we asked for a full-time district CADC. We asked for an expansion of the district's BAR programming. So the high school has been using BAR. It is an intervention program. It's an evidence-based program that looks at emotional wellness, academic engagement, and the high school has been having increased successful graduation rates since they've been implementing BAR. So, and BAR has also been shown to decrease substance use. So we asked for a peer support specialist. So a lot of work that our counselors are doing and our community intervention specialists really is trying to help support those families who may be struggling with substance use disorders and addiction and engaging in care. And doing that work from inside a school can be difficult. So having a peer support specialist who can go out to the home, meet with the families, go with them to appointments, help them connect with Love Inc. for vouchers or resources can be a really amazing way to wrap around families differently and help to support addiction and substance use disorder intervention. We asked for a high school or an expansion of our high school orientation programming. So the Freshman Rising program that helps our middle schoolers, they can get a credit, they get orientation to the high school, the programs and policies, awareness around the tobacco expectations and substance use policies for the district. They really get a solid start to high school. An expansion of our after-school tutoring program is tutoring being a safe space for vulnerable kids who maybe don't have anywhere else in the community to be able to get both academic support and a safe environment. We asked for funding for community presenters for our affinity groups. So our MICHA, our Black Student Union, and our GSA groups to have guest speakers come in and present to those groups so they have some funding and resourcing to help support that work. And then last year we had the opportunity to do some community forum events. We did like our fentanyl education events. So we also asked for funding to be able to continue community education events. So we asked for a little bit of everything. And I'm really excited that I will share with you all what we got and what we know as soon as we know it. So details coming soon. Again, I think it was a big ask for Dr. Phillips. So I'm very grateful that you let me write, well, all of us write this very long grant with a little bit of everything to really focus on meeting some kind of unique needs for our kids who might be struggling with substance use or exposure to substance use. So super meaningful. And I say, we got across the finish line. Even if it's just a small piece of what we asked for, we're across the finish line. So that's amazing. So what we've been doing the past couple months.
Well,
Any questions?
We're hoping that you can kind of see that what we've done in the past, we've kind of set ourselves up for where we are now. We have enough school psychologists right now. We have enough school counselors, but they were taking on roles beyond their scope of practice. And so bringing in community specialists, whether they be from Lutheran, whether it be in-house or from HHS, we're aligning our practices with them. So not against them, but with them. We're coordinating our care with them, and then having Dr. Turgeson kind of overseeing that work with Amy as well to make sure that everyone's doing the exact same thing. So it doesn't matter if you're a Lutheran provider, an HHS provider, a Providence provider, an intern, everyone knows the system. And so that's still a lot of work that we need to do, but really grateful that we've been able to, like I said, have Dr. Phillips support on all this stuff to move forward with making sure we're working not in silos, but again, together. I mean, you can see there's a lot of different positions in here, and making sure that everyone sticks within their scope, but at the same time knows that there may be some gray area where you need to pick up some extra tasks here and there. So really excited about the work that's going on and happening right now. And I'd have to say the fact that other colleges, universities are coming to us and saying, hey, we want to be a part of this. That's something we haven't had in the whole history that I've been here at Newburgh. So really excited to see just the jump in scope of services that we're providing to kids. Questions for us?
Yeah, I have a couple questions. First of all, great work. Kudos to you guys and your peers and colleagues throughout this. Mine's just kind of more of a, fortunately got to have the board member hat on, kind of the impact areas. So one is kind of budget. I saw quite a few part-time positions, full-time position, whatever. Who's funding that? Is that different organizations? Yep. Is that us as a school district shared across everybody? Yep. What's happening there? And I have a secondary question, but let's focus on that one first.
Okay. And I knew this was going to come up because I'm sure as board members, you want to, and Miss Bixby has been very great to make sure that we stay definitely within the budget, because we have lots of asks and she reins us back in and says, nope, we're going to do it this way. So some of the things that we've gotten have been received through grants. So the Austin Foundation has actually funded the entirety of the Lutheran Community Service Program. So anybody receiving mental health services either in the elementary level or at the middle school level, for the most part at the middle school level, are funded through the Austins picking up that bill. We are hoping that within the next few months that we will have an agreement on a billing service that we can actually bill directly to agencies and recoup those funds, which not only increases the ability for us to go out and recruit and hopefully retain high quality interns for us, but then again, turn around and bill again for those services that are done by an intern or a QMHP. So right now, any mental health services at the elementary or middle school level, we are funding one position only. And that is, well, that's high school. So at the elementary and the middle school level, we have one position for all of the providers that we have. Interns, Lutheran, all that is free to us. At the high school level, though, we're not really funding anybody through the interns. So George Fox people, they're all free to us right now. We are funding HHS, half-time position. He's a full-time employee, but with an agreement with HHS, they fund half, we fund half. So we have a 0.5 position there. We have Dr. Turgeson. We had to pay her salary at some point. So we do have to fund her, which is, again, we are seeing the benefits already in just a couple of months. So that has been a tremendous addition for us. So there's another position that we've had funded. And then, no, the part-time at Luther, or at the middle school and the school-based health center, we are paying Diana's position. So a total of 3 positions total to provide all of the mental health services throughout Newburgh.
Thank you.
Yeah.
The second along the lines of impact is, what's the impact to the students that are needing these services? Are you pulling them out of class? How long are you pulling them out, or do you try to service them outside of school hours to try to be the least impactful as possible to their education?
So, and I probably will let others talk on this, but what I can share with you is, we luckily have someone at the school-based health center, at least at the high school level, that makes it where we pull out of those classes that are really not core. Now, mind you, if the student is really in need, we're going to pull whatever class we need to pull, because mental health should come first, physical or mental health should come first over academics at any time. That being said, we're really mindful of which classes we can pull out of, and we do a lot of strategic work to only pull out of those classes where, disruptions would be very much minimalized. Other than that, I would say the work that we're doing as well, we do lunch break groups, we do after school, we do late start Wednesdays. We do spend a lot of time and effort trying to, again, minimize the time out, but there are times where we don't want to have our providers just sitting there with no one to see. And so if students are pulled on a regular basis, so for example, let's say every week I need to see a provider, we try not to make it the same time. And, so if a core class is at 10 o'clock, and this is the only time we can see it is at 10 o'clock, you might get a 10 o'clock session in one week, then following week, you might get 11 o'clock or 12 o'clock. So we do try to break it up so that, a teacher's not missing the kid over and over every once a week. And so that's a really great question.
And at the school-based health center, we have an amazing individual that works for the school district that supports our scheduling too. So she's constantly looking at the student's schedule and coordinating that when the kid is in front of us at the school-based health center so that we do schedule appropriately.
She has access to our synergy, to our schedules, and she can kind of go in there and see, oh, this is a PE class or this is an elective class. Currently the grades are an A. Let me email the teacher. Is it okay if a student has a quick session with us? Yep, go ahead and got it. Then we schedule them out.
Awesome. Thank you.
Yeah.
Other comments, questions?
I was curious, do you know how many kids are participating in this, or how many are in this program? And have you seen an increase or decrease?
So great question. If you refer back to our slides of where we were at, you'll see just for the quarter from September to November, we were over 1,100 students or 1,100 visits. So that doesn't necessarily mean that is 1,100 individual students, because a lot of the students will have repeat visits, but we are keeping, just with Lutheran Family Services, almost 660 appointments within those 3 months. We've never done that level of workload. And to tell you the truth, we've never actually kept data. This is the first year where we asked them to please share with us your data. And besides just the sheer numbers of where we're at, we also want to know what was the reason for the visit. Is it anxiety? Is it depression? This will help guide our community forums later on. Like if we have 700 kids coming to us and saying, I feel suicidal, we better be out in the community doing some forums to talk about suicidality and suicidal ideation with, for our parents and for our families. They deserve that. If we see a high number of domestic violence, if we see a high number of anxiety or depressive symptoms, we should be focusing our community forums on that. And so more to come on that in terms of what the type of visit is, but we also have to be mindful of some of these students don't have releases of information with us. And so we can't probe too much, but we can give the generality of what the reason for the visit was without the name, so that at least we can keep data to see what trends are we seeing locally with us as well.
And I would say from a service provider perspective, you look at these numbers and it's like, wow, that's a lot. And it is a lot of kids, and every kid matters and every encounter matters. But I will just say that I think that this year is going to be really important for us as service providers to really be talking through our expectations of length of service, length of visit, and total FTE. One thing I didn't include on there is, how many FTE does it take to have 205? How many FTE accounted for 205 visits, right? So I think that level of data will be important to see, because if long-term there is an ask financially, if one of us came back to you and said, to continue this service, you would need to provide X. The thing I would want to know from your perspective is, how many kids are you seeing an hour? How many kids did you see a day? Do we need all 5 of you? Do we need all 6 of you? Providence, so.
Yeah.
Also too, there's that collaboration piece. There's that input from the general education teacher of being able to share what sort of specific skill development needs there might be. And then also talking more specifically about be able to contribute, when would be a good time that they're going to not be missing the core content. So like, for example, if I gave earlier too, if a student's really struggling with being able to give a presentation because of a lot of increased anxiety, then there would need to be skill development around that. Then there's that ability for collaboration and input from the teacher.
And lastly, on that, I would just say one more thing. Not having any data on who our therapists were seeing, how treatment was going, that was a major red flag for us that we noticed this year. And so being able to have like a medical record where we're looking at things saying, okay, we're seeing that you're seeing this kid to the therapist, you're seeing this student for the last 9 months, and what progress are you making? Like, you either need to move forward to like stepping up services so the student can get the appropriate care, or step down or change or do something different. So what we don't want to see is a student engage with a therapist for years on end with no accountability in terms of saying, are we moving forward, or are we not making progress? Because something will need to change. And so having this new electronic medical record and making sure that it's overseen by our mental health professionals is a great way when we do our case consultations to kind of put some important checks in place for our therapists and so our counselors are aware, as well as our psychologists.
One more question too. Are the parents like involved in all this?
Yeah, so one of our main goals for all of our service providers is that we do have parental engagement and care. That's something that we strive for at every visit. If we do have a case where a kiddo is over the age of 14 and it's contraindicated, we're going to monitor that closely and involve parents as soon as we're able to. But parental involvement and care is our absolute goal for every visit.
Definitely.
And it's a requirement for under 14.
How are we actually informing students of what services are offered, informing them of, or teaching them when they might need to access something like that? Because it seems like for, a lot of youth, they might think that it's a normal thing, might not want to reach out. I just want to make sure that, you don't have to be that extent or, that high level of state to need that before you reach out for help.
Yes.
So what I would say on that is we really put the focus back on the people that see the student the most. So it has to start with the classroom teacher, and it has to start with the school counselor. If they start recognizing that, hey, we've got some symptoms, we're following up with them, we need to move them along on our continuum, because Dr. Jerry can't simply be in all the different schools and monitoring all those students that she may not have a relationship with. So it should start with the classroom teacher, identifying signs, seeing some changes within the student, referring it to the school counselor. School counselor has deeper conversations, recognizes that this is something that's going to need ongoing support, and then they move slowly up the spectrum or up the continuum of supports for this student. That being said, in the past, what we've done is we've done a lot of community outreach to talk about the school-based health center, to talk about the wellness centers that we've had with mental health services. I think we could definitely get back in it. I think that's something the grant would definitely allow for us to actually get to get the funding for those forums, to get the funding for more outreach. We need to do more of it. Simply, I think a lot of students, when I talk to them at the high school, they still have never toured the school-based. In fact, if I were to ask, have you ever toured the school-based health center? Yeah. So it's incredible that a lot of our students, they may have gone over to the resource room to grab a pair of shoes or grab a shirt or if something made a mess, but they've never actually stepped foot in there. And that is definitely a focus we need to have. Yeah.
So if I could follow up, just like one of our strategic goals was how this impacts, our attendance or our graduation rates. Are we working that into curriculum to make kids aware that like it's important to be aware of these, indications in life and to reach out when needed? Because I think that we're getting to a much better place currently. But when I was in school, it wasn't, what was in the forefront.
One thing that we did last year, and we're going to continue this year, is actually have some of our mental health therapists go, speak at some of these community forums, or actually go into the classrooms and talk about what depression looks like as a middle school or a high school student, and how do we identify it with our friends, with our peers, and with one another and in ourselves. So, that's the preventative piece right now. Our therapists, as you can see from that list of how many visits they're getting, they're staying very busy with the reactive side. They get a case that comes to them, but as more come, we need to spend more time in the classrooms to make sure they know here's what supports we get and here's how we can help support you if you were to walk over. But again, making sure that like that freshman rising program, or making sure that the freshman orientation, everybody comes over there and tours the school-based health center to understand what it is, what services are available. And if students knew it was free, they might actually be more willing to take advantage of it. We're certainly not doing enough there. So
excited to hear more about the suspension alternative program. One question I have with that as you're going through it is that just school-based, or has I'm familiar with another program similar in another county that involves the police department and like county juvenile department and district attorney's office as a diversion for like say minor in possession and things like that as well. So it works hand in hand with the school to great success. So I was curious if that is also something being worked in our district.
So what we're including is the educational component, specifically working along with Yamhill County Health and Human Services and the evidence-based programs they have, being able to use the curriculum materials that are in for specifically for vaping, so that we can provide that intervention that can support kids from much earlier on. So looking at having those conversations with our community partners about resources and means of support that we know are successful and tailored specifically for our schools. So that's the foundation piece of what we're working on and moving forward to integrate that too with our overall mental health. So yeah.
Thank you.
Yes.
Not to put the student representatives on the spot, but it'd be really interesting if you have any thoughts or, comments on this, since you possibly get to interact with this kind of thing.
I did have one question. So like, do the students, are they required to initiate these meetings? Like how do those meetings begin? Is it on the student's part? Yes.
So let's say, for example, you felt like, you've got a lot of stress going on and you wanted to talk. You probably wouldn't be brave. And I don't mean to say condescendingly, but, going into a clinic or going over to the school-based health center is not something you're like, I don't want to do that. I don't even know what's over there. Right. Mm-hmm. But what would be comfortable? If you're feeling stressed out, if you're feeling like you got a lot on your plate, something terrible has happened to you, who would you go to?
Probably a teacher or friends.
A teacher. And then who else might you go to? Friends, I heard friends. What other staff member might you go to that would help specifically with, helping you navigate difficulties in your life?
Counselors.
Yeah. So Miss Eggerman, Miss Kantz, Miss Kim, Miss Stevens, those are the four ladies right there at the high school that would be able to kind of help navigate. And let's say you saw them, and you're like, I really need someone to talk to. They would initiate that referral and even ask you and say, would you want to see someone from either George Fox, an intern or a therapist to kind of walk you through? I feel like this might be longer than what I can provide. So ideally, our school counselors would be there to help support you for a session 2, 3, but once they start going into 6, 9, our school counselors don't have, just the capacity to hit 300 students all needing 9 sessions of therapy. And so that's where we might refer you on to the school-based health center. But at any time, you guys are welcome to walk over there and say, can I just see what's over here? And we'll be so excited to see you.
You can also call us. I feel like I would much rather do that than like walk over there. So you can also call us and schedule an appointment. You could talk to, a family member. They could call us and help.
We get a number of phone calls from parents. Some of my best referring sources are kids who've had therapy at the school-based health centers. They will show back up with a friend and say, this is my friend and they need to get connected, which is a great way. I think, Saul, you spoke to like students supporting students and how we can like increase that word, which is amazing.
We've also had some students where they'll do a tip and I don't know if you've ever seen on the back of your student ID, it says the student tip line. If you fill out a tip and it says like, hey, I'm really worried about one of my friends, usually it starts with the school counselor, but the school counselor upon meeting with them says, you know what, this is a big issue and I want to make sure you get the right care. They might even make the referral directly to the school-based health center. And so get you over there and get you seen. So, a tip is one way that you can certainly go make a referral for a friend and just have her or him seen by someone just to make sure they're doing okay. And that doesn't require your name at all. Like you just type it in, say, I'm worried about my friend. This is what's kind of going on, just so we know. I hope that maybe you can talk to them as they look like they're not their typical self. Yeah.
Yep. So I think it's an opportunity for the three of you to go take a tour, also go through the resource room, because I have the opportunity to be there on Mondays and Fridays, hit and miss, because our great Jan Hart is here, who brought me coffee, and I'll love her forever. But it'll give you an opportunity to sort of see that, because I think that the kids that are coming into the resource room, you know, they have a variety of life challenges, and sometimes just coming in and it's always Jan. Is Jan here? Is Jan here? Is Jan here? You know, to see a friendly face. But it's also, you know, those are kids that have been really comfortable and sort of have been in and out of that. So I think that's an opportunity for you. And one of the last questions, probably a lot of folks have answered things, but let's talk comfort dogs. Any chance we could get a comfort dog in the health center? So in the district attorney's office, we're on our second dog, Nacho, who has been an amazing dog. Mary Beth was amazing. Juliet's house has dogs. They're a great addition to an environment to reduce stress. And so I'm just saying, we have an opportunity.
We do have a decompression room at the school-based health center, but you're right. There's nothing like a fluffy
I don't
dog,
see any
right?
wagging tails. at a
No,
decompression room.
no.
Prov has that, so maybe we could write another grant.
I make a motion.
There is a policy that says we allow either a tiny horse or a
I
dog.
can write a grant.
It could be
I'll write a
mama.
grant
It could
for
be
y'all.
mama.
I've seen it.
I think that we could have a conversation about that. I think it's, I mean, I'm not joking. They are incredibly helpful to kids, staff, you know, in the environment I had, you know, a lot of people were in very stressed situations, and they're really helpful. So I'd really love the work you guys are doing. Of course, I go way back with some of you guys, and way back in the day with level 7. If anybody's old enough in this room to remember DHS and level 7, which they tried to do collaboration, and then it was really driven around child welfare and the criminal justice system. This is just really more holistic, and I'm just very excited about it. So thanks for everything that all of you do.
Thank you very much. Thank you. We now have a presentation about Mabel Rush School by Tim Lauer.
Okay, can you hear me now? Is it okay? All right. Thank you for having me tonight. My name is Tim Lauer. I'm the principal at Mabel Rush Elementary School. This is my 5th year at Mabel Rush. And are you giving me my clicker there? Scott, you got it? Oh, this is it. Okay. And which button do I push? Is that it? Maybe. Okay. This is Mabel Rush, for those of you that don't know. This is Mabel Rush when she was just starting her teaching career on the left, and after she retired from Mabel Rush. Mabel Rush has 390 students. We have 5 languages spoken in our community. We have about 37% of our students qualify for free or reduced meals. We have, there we go. Why don't you just hit the click? You can forward for me, Scott, okay? Okay, go ahead. The next slide, please. There we go. We have about 60 staff members. We have 18 classrooms. Mrs. McKinnon is our music teacher. Mr. Cook is our PE teacher. We have a tremendously dedicated staff, which I'm very proud of. Next slide, please. This was last year during our book character dress up day, and all the staff were really good sports about that. Go ahead, Scott. On your left is Summer Neese. She's our school librarian. She does a fantastic job. Our counselors, Tina Mayorga and Jennifer DePriest. Again, a couple things in terms of just some of the work that they do, tying into the previous presentation and such. And also, Summer organizes our Oregon Battle of the Books. We have a couple book exchanges every year, and she also does our K-Kids Service Club. You can hit the next one, please. Some of the focus areas for us this year, attendance is an area that we're trying to continually to improve on with staff and I'm sure with our families. We have an attendance committee and group that meets and kind of does outreach to families, and that's a kind of an ongoing issue. We have reading and math support we're working on this year. We have a full-time reading specialist, Jessica Hubbard. We are also partners with the University of Oregon's Roots Math Intervention Program, and we have that's at the kindergarten and the second grade level. And we've been working with staff and doing some work with our professional development team from the district in terms of ongoing math support and expanding that. Next slide, please. One thing we're very appreciative of is the bond work that was done at Mabel Rush. We have a beautiful new makerspace. We have a roof that does not leak anymore, which is, if you were a year ago in our library, you probably would have seen 15 buckets around the space. And the construction crew this summer did a wonderful job. Next slide, please. And then I wanted to just give a shout out to our parent volunteers. We have just tremendous support from our families, and also not just parents, but also community members who come and volunteer their time throughout the course of the week. Next slide, please. Our first graders here on the 50th day of school, our first grade team did 50s day. They had the root beer floats and a lot of parent support and help. Go ahead, next one. And again, our parent group, which is actually meeting tonight, is PI, Partners in Education, and they do several things for us. But one of the big things, they do a couple fundraisers. They do an auction, and then we do our Lion Walk, which is a big fundraiser. So we try to do two fundraisers and not kind of nickel and dime families with different types of things and such. Next slide, please. I mentioned Mrs. McKinnon. Behind Mrs. McKinnon is Maru, who is our Mabel Rush mascot. And Mrs. McKinnon does a tremendous job with our music program. She puts on 3 concerts a year. Also, she does after-school classes, guitar, ukulele, and choir. And she also, next slide, please. She also helps, like I said, the after-school classes. And then our annual Veterans Day assembly is something that she works with all the students on and coordinates, and we have a really nice turnout for that. And in closing, I just wanted to acknowledge our staff and our parent community and our community volunteers for their work. And next slide, please. And I'm going to leave you with this last slide from Emma. And again, this is some materials from our makerspace, and she was very creative, and she wrote this nice little message for us on the floor. And I'd like to encourage you to, some of you have done this already. You've come out and you volunteered and visited, and we'd like to have, welcome you to come by and visit the school. So thank you.
Thank you. Any comments, questions?
Thank you for your dedication to the students. All my kids went through Mabel Rush though before you joined. My youngest is a junior. So I'll just give also a special shout out Miss McKenna. I believe it's her 44th year.
I don't ask.
Yeah. So because I know my wife had her as a teacher. So it's definitely yeah. So great connections. Keep up the good work. Love the pictures and the kids in the makerspace. So
thank you. Thank you very much. Good.
Well, we had Director Woodward and Dr. Phillips and I had so much fun with Mrs. Nichols inviting us to the gingerbread house. So we got to see the makers space, which is very cool. I love the idea of not having to have all that in a classroom. And every one of those kids that we interacted with were so much fun. And then thank you for the tour of the library. That was really great. It was great to see you. And just the energy of your school, it was just really wonderful to have an opportunity to visit. Thanks.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm very proud of my staff and my community. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Principal presentation, Crater Elementary, Brian Wood, please.
Good evening, everybody. Let's see. Okay, My name is Brian Wood. I'm principal at Crater. This is my first year at Crater. I'm super excited to be there. A little background, I was actually a teacher there for 13 years before moving over to Ewing Young as a principal. And then I've been fortunate to have this opportunity to come back and be the principal at Crater. Thank you, school board. I believe it's School Board Appreciation Week. So thank you for your time and your service to our district. Okay. Our mission, our Crater Cougar out there on the Fun Run Day. Just a couple highlights. It's really about a partnership with our students, our parents, and our community. Trying to engage our students in 21st century learning, hands-on learning, which I'll get to in a little bit, both high academics and personal standards. We're trying to create critical thinkers, problem solvers, and just overall, just a thriving school community. We have 312 students. We have a couple more enrolling in the next week, which would be great. So 314 coming up pretty soon, and 53 staff members. So looking back at some of our third grade data from last year, so from SBAC, our OSAS testing, we had about 60% of our students were proficient in math compared to about 40% across the state level, and 61% of our third graders were proficient compared to about 40% across the state level. So our kids are working hard, both in the classrooms, throughout the halls, through in all elements. So love our dedication to our students and to our school. One of the things is looking, I know Mr. Lauer mentioned this as well, a couple different things. So a year ago when I was at the school board, really talking about how we spent a lot of time and a lot of positive energy in our RTI for reading and those early literacy skills, and how can we start to match that in our mathematics. So a couple of great opportunities that are new this year is the Roots Math Intervention. We have it just at our kindergarten level. And then we've also brought in some math interventions. So our building fact fluency kits. We've had some great PD led by our TOSA, Dawn Reed, to come out to our building, both delivering the professional development, but also willing to come out and model it, help support our teachers in implementing that. And so just ways that we are trying to tackle our math and support our students, K-5, becoming mathematicians. So super excited about that. A couple of pictures of our kids doing math games in the classrooms. Dawn Reed doing some math professional development for our whole staff. Kids getting up in front of their class, showing some courageous energy to lead math talks. Really, it's about what students are doing in the classroom. So having them be the teachers, having them come up, demonstrate, and understand that, you know, we all think about math in different ways. There's not just one way to do it. So having them come up and model that for their classmates, which is a really powerful tool for our students to see and hear. Love the fact that we had the bond. So thank you for everybody that helped pass the bond. It's been critical in these maker spaces. And really about looking at STEM and ways to build those soft skills, those 5 C's. Those are skills that really carry over to outside of school. Collaboration, communication, critical thinking, citizenship, creativity. So how can we apply the things they're learning in the classrooms to the bigger, broader picture? And so as we look at that in some of our bond work, we have our kindergartners in doing some different hands-on projects. We have some 4th graders. While our kindergartners didn't get to, you know, do all the design work around our laser cutters, they were able to kind of work with me and create some pretty cool stuff with the laser cutters. So these are opportunities that kids never had years ago and even a year ago. And so through the bond work, we're really appreciative of the makerspace and these extensions into the classroom. And that's just what it is. It's how do we take that from, you know, classroom to makerspace and vice versa. We have 5th graders learning how to design and reiterate and, you know, redesign different projects on the left, and on the right is just an example of how we reach outside of our building. So we have both a very supportive parent club who helps out in many different ways, but what we see here is some Crater robotic groups, which are after school clubs. We've had partnerships with CPRD to bring some Minecraft coding in. So just a great way that the makerspace is used both during school and after school in some clubs and some organizations. So it's just a great tool that we've been provided and lucky to have. One of the things we've been looking at is attendance. So our goal is to hit 90% or higher with our attendance. We're currently sitting at about 83% for the school year. And we're just been working on ways to partner with our parents, our community members. What are the barriers and how can we help remove those to get our kids at school on time, ready to learn with meals in their stomach. And so whether it's resource room to get clothing, support, supplies, we're trying to remove barriers so kids can get to school, and because our kids do great when they're there. So big shout out there. Another thing we're looking at is kind of looking at the overall school climate through our positive behavior support. How can we support all of our students to be successful in the classroom, in the cafeteria, playground, hallways? How can we build consistency so everybody knows those expectations? It's a whole staff and a whole student approach. One of the great things this year is we've been fortunate to add a halftime counselor. So we have a 1.5 time of counselors, which has really been focusing on getting counselors into the classrooms, teaching proactive lessons to the whole class, in conjunction with small group work, friendship groups, lunch buddies. So it's just that addition of that 0.5 is just a little bit more support to where we can get in the classrooms, teach lessons to all of our K through 5th graders, and just really working on supporting not only that, the 80%, 15% to 5% to make sure we support the whole creator community. So really proud of the work we've been doing there. And overall, just I'm big shout out to our creator community, our staff, our students, our overall parents, our parent club. Loving being there. It's been a great start to the school year. And I encourage and welcome anybody that would like to come out and visit the school and take a tour of Crater.
Thank you. Questions, comments?
I have a question, and Mr. Lauer scooted out of here pretty quick because I didn't think to ask this. So
I can go get him if you want.
give me a couple of ideas of what are the barriers for kids getting to school these days that you're seeing with the attendance rates.
Sure. And so it is, we're a little bit earlier, but with that, it's just it is looking at, and each family is different. And it's really asking that question. So if we're looking at our attendance data, we have assistant principal this year, 2 days a week, which is amazing, in conjunction with our office staff and our counselors to ask that question. Hey, we've noticed we've been late. We've noticed we've been missing school. How can we help? What is it? Is it we're just missing alarm clocks? Do we have an alarm clock? Is it that we're scrapping to get breakfast ready to go and we're just running late? Well, can we help get breakfast here? Is it that we need to talk about how to, those morning routines? Can we set out clothes the night before so it's ready to go? So each family is different. There is no, I think, one answer. It's really the most important part is taking the time to ask the question is, what is the barrier for your family at this moment, which could change over the course of the year. That really pays, dividends. Great question.
There's no other comments or questions. Thank you very,
welcome.
very much.
Thank you very much. Have a great evening.
Thank you. Heather Bixby, December expenditure and revenue reports, and also an audit update.
Okay, so in your board packet this month, I gave you a little bit more detail than what I normally give you. So you'll see the report is a little bit longer. It just breaks it down more into each individual category as far as the expenditures go. And when you look at it this way, you tend to see a lot more items that look like they're overexpended. So when you see the percent used and it's over 100%, the one thing I want you to keep in mind with that is it includes encumbrances. So any open position we have, any position that we have somebody out on long-term leave, anything like that, it's still calculating their salary for the entire year, but because it's an encumbrance, it doesn't necessarily mean it's 100% spent. So when I look at this report, especially in the general fund, what I'm looking for is I'm looking at what our budget balance is and what the level of encumbrance we have is, and trying to gauge, okay, are we really going to be over budget at the end of the year when we look at actuals, or are we still okay? And so while the numbers may show that we've spent 100% of our budget, remember that's spent plus encumbered. So what we have already spent plus what we could possibly spend throughout the rest of the year. So really, there's nothing in this report that concerns me. I didn't see, other than some fine tuning in grant funds where we've received specialized grants for certain programs. And as the year goes on, we'll have some resolutions to recognize some of those revenues when we get them and appropriate spending for them. But because they weren't anticipated at the beginning of the year, we're able to just make those corrections with the resolution each year. Any questions on the finance report?
I do have one question, just a line item that caught my eye, and the audit is showing actually a little bit over base, if I'm looking at this correctly. Wait, where did it go now? Hold on. Yeah, showing 110%. It says resource rooms. Is this the resource rooms we're talking about? Like,
no,
it's not that as resource. This is like,
so these resource
supplies.
No,
no,
nope.
What is it?
So when this form that says resource rooms, and I don't know why they labeled them this way, but this is your special education resource rooms. So these are rooms that they're the classes that the students are pulled out and go into a room where they have like individualized assistance because of their IEP, they need additional assistance. So these aren't the resource rooms that provide items for the student. These are more related to special education resources being available. So they're, like I said, I don't know why it was originally coded resource rooms, but that's how it is. And that's how it was in the budget. So we have kind of left it, but these are, the expenses are part of our maintenance of effort that we have to maintain each year with funds that we spend on children who need additional services. So we track those through those accounts.
I thought 5.8 million was a lot for resource
Yeah.
rooms.
Well, we're giving them all Cadillacs.
Any other questions about the budget? Then audit report came in.
Yeah, so I have to say I was almost a little surprised when I got the draft audit. We call it a draft audit because it is not the final print copy, but the data that is in it is correct and it is what's reported to the state. We reported on time this year. There will be no holding of state school funds this year. And so we were able to get all of our required reports in by the due dates. And again, in conferring with the auditors, this is what we call an unmodified opinion. And that means that there are no material weaknesses, there's no misrepresentation, there's nothing for them to be concerned about. I've looked through this, I've looked through the detailed pages. We increased the beginning fund balance in the general fund. We also had 0 expenditure lines that were overspent last year, which was not historically normal for Newburgh. There's typically, and most districts, there's typically 1 or 2 line items that are overspent and are noted in the audit. In Newburgh, we didn't have a single one last year. So expenditures came in under budget, revenues came in over budget, which left us in a really good spot with an increase in our beginning fund balance. Any questions? We're hoping to get the auditors in here for February's meeting with the presentation copy of the audit. Keep in mind, they are one of very few audit firms that do school district audits. So they're in pretty high demand right now to appear to school boards. But we are one of the schools this year that was able to hit the deadline. And we do still have other schools still waiting for their audits. So pretty excited and I'm happy that we have a good report.
Any other questions? If not, thank you very much, Heather. Dr. Phillips handed out to the board school district calendar survey that will go out to all teachers, staff, parents, because at the beginning of in July, several parents wondered about the start time being so early. And so one of the promises that the new board made was that we would do a survey. And so Do you want to say anything about this or?
Just we're going to take the opportunity to, as our board chair mentioned, to survey the community about which level of schools start first. Is it our elementaries or is it our middles and highs? Also, while we're at it, we also want some feedback on what the 24-25 school year would look like. For instance, does the community like the whole week of Thanksgiving off? We're going to ask that question. Does the community, we typically, from my understanding, start school after Labor Day. Would you be interested in before Labor Day? Because that means you get out in June earlier. Do you like late start Wednesday? Things like that. So we're going to take the opportunity to really look at more than just start times.
It's my understanding you're hoping to send this out within the next 2 weeks.
I'd like to send it out by the end of this week. So board feedback soon, please.
I presume language, it goes out in different languages. Okay, because I was surprised that there were 5 different languages at Mabel Rush, so that's pretty impressive.
Okay, that was just an information item. We have board action items. I'm going to do the board response to complaint first. And we met with the district lawyer in executive session. And we are going to be have a resolution for the Newburgh School District, Yamhill County, related to a complaint. On May 22nd, 2023, a complaint was filed with the board pursuant to policy AC, non-discrimination. Subsequently, an outside investigator engaged by the district's legal counsel conducted a thorough and objective investigation. The investigator concluded that discrimination did not occur as alleged and that there was not a policy violation. District compliant procedures require that the board make findings of fact and conclusions as to whether its policy has been violated. And then as a result of this, the school board has some resolutions. We won't take time to read this. This will be in the board minutes. And if anybody wants a copy of this, we can make a copy for you and send it out to you. But we met and everything was explained to us by legal counsel. And so we need to have a motion or discussion to pass this.
I'll make a motion to, I move to that the Newburgh Dundee Public Schools adopt the resolution as presented in executive session.
A second.
Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Passes. The next item is the superintendent extension. And the reason this is on the agenda, this is in your school board packet, is Dr. Phillips' contract that was agreed at the June 2023 meeting of the school board says unless the board takes action and notifies the superintendent by February 15th, that contract will not be extended for an additional year. It continues on. This is a 3-year continuing contract, provides that the contract will automatically be extended on July 1st of each contract year for an additional year unless the board notifies us by February 15th. So as a board chair, I felt like this needed to have some discussion, and I will see 1, 2, 3. Well, I'll pass these this way. And this was some options and some things that came out of this here. And so as I see it, there are several options. One is we don't take any action. You just, the contract remains as is. The other second option is that if this would be discussion, would move that the district would not go into what would be considered a 4th year automatically. Another one is to negotiate, which this is one that Dr. Phillips suggested, that his contract would freeze at that same level as it was for the end of the contract, and the salary would not increase in year 4. And then the fourth option is a variation of that. And the reason the fourth option is there is the district attorney had some concerns that there is a Oregon administrative rule that says administrators cannot, school districts cannot compensate administrator for work that they're not doing. And so in consultation with our legal counsel, who's here, we came up with these options. And so this is open for discussion. And I will say some things myself to start with. I went back and looked at the June board meeting and watched it. And the superintendent's contract, I know at that time, the board wanted to protect Dr. Phillips and Dr. Phillips wanted to protect his job. I understand that there was a lot of tension. But that contract was never made public. It was adopted on the consent agenda in 10 seconds. There was no discussion, and it's illegal to discuss a superintendent's contract in executive session. So I guess the board members got an email with the contract. I don't know. That's not to be discussed tonight, but I felt like the contract needs to be brought to the light to the community. This is not, I would like to emphasize this is not part of the evaluation for Dr. Phillips. This is just contract. There's 2 years still remaining on the current contract. That doesn't, if whatever the board does, there's always 2 years left. The issue is, does it go on to a third year and a fourth year, or are there changes that could be made? And as board chair right now, my concern is the fiscal responsibility. We don't know. Salem Kaiser is cutting 70 million out of their school budget right now. This month they're starting. Portland school districts are cutting. Other school districts are cutting. We don't know what our state budget's going to be, and we do not know what the enrollment will be across the whole state because of the birth rates. Enrollments are going down in school district. So I feel like this needs to be discussed and either leave as is or other options. So discussion.
Just want to understand option 4. You briefly mentioned that was after district council took a look at the contract. So can you explain a little bit more about what this option 4? Can someone who understands a little bit more with that, why that's what it is or what the difference is?
I think that that's one of the reasons why Lisa was here. Option 4 would be that the chair and the vice chair would work with Dr. Phillips as an addendum to his contract to change some wording in it, the current contract, and remove some of the things that may be in conflict to Oregon law about balloon payments. Because if you read the contract at the end, there's a payment at the end, and that's a balloon payment for not, even if you're not working here.
So option 4 would be kind of a way to fix some potential issues that council found.
Yes.
Is that my correct understanding?
You want to come up and speak in the mic so people can hear you, please?
Well, why she's coming up, I've started researching this back in July. I mean, you can still come up to answer that. To help answer this though, I think Dr. Phillips has to be open to open the contract right now. So that'd be the first question is to Dr. Phillips. Do you want to reopen your contract right now? Because he can say no. And then then the next question is, do we just then either automatically extend it by doing nothing or verbally saying yes? Or do we then actually say, we take a vote on stopping it and having an expiration date of the 3 years, and then maybe towards the end of next year, start talking about extending it, because that'll be the end of 2 years, the end of next year, and then start talking about, do we want to extend it, maybe negotiate for a future contract of up to 3 years. And you can provide your input now too, but I'm just saying, that's my understanding, is that if we're going to renegotiate it, we have to ask his approval to reopen the contract at this point. So
before Lisa says, Dr. Phillips, you want to say something? Because you were the one who mentioned to Deb and I, you would consider freezing. And so that changes the contract just with that, your suggestion.
Well, when we met December 28th to come up with this agenda, we had this brief discussion about year 26, 27. That's the year we're talking about. And there was comments made by the board leadership about, you know, your contract is pretty darn good and it's getting better every year. And so, you know, can we renegotiate that contract that third year? And I just kind of said, well, I'll just kind of put you out of your misery. How about we just freeze it? So yes, it was my idea. How about we just freeze it that year? So then it doesn't grow anymore. It's frozen for that year. And we can put that to bed and yeah.
So I'm curious, Lisa, I feel kind of blindsided by this. I know that you had called us Dr. Phillips. My understanding was that Deb and Nancy were in there talking about your concerns about the budget and what that could mean maybe in 3 years. Is that correct?
Well, we discussed it and I expressed my concerns to Dr. Phillips. I don't know what he said to you. He has his, you know, it's his prerogative to talk to any board member at any time. And I felt like as a board chair, I was not going to talk to any board member because I don't want any hidden things. So I didn't call anybody. I mean, of course, Deb and I were talking with Dr. Phillips, so I did not talk with other board members about this being on, you know, other than it being on the agenda. So if you feel blindsided, I'm sorry about that. But I felt like it was not appropriate for me to be calling board members about this agenda meeting.
I guess what I feel kind of blindsided about is this sheet right here, compared to what was in the actual agenda. Two, I guess I'm wondering what are you basing this on? Okay, so his contract, my only concern is that it's tied to whatever the teachers is agreed upon, whatever the percent is, right? To me, that we probably shouldn't have had that because it's, to me, a conflict of interest because it's the superintendent who's negotiating with the unions. However, whatever the teachers get for a pay raise is the same thing that Dr. Phillips gets for a pay raise plus 0.5%. So is a concern also with the teachers that this is going to be out of control? Because what I'm hearing from Heather is that our budget is well within what it should be. We're actually ending last year, you know, way ahead of schedule. So I guess am I missing something on the concerns for the financial stability? Obviously, the future is the future and we can't predict that. We don't know what the enrollment's going to be and what the revenue is going to be. But what is Dr. Phillips' pay and contract compared to other school districts of like size?
Well, I can tell you that because I did a little research. I wished I had put on my research paper where I got the information from. I mean, you know, what news source, but I didn't. In 2022, Forest Grove's superintendent was, this was the base salary, not with all the benefits out, was 175,000. Woodburn's was 175,000. Sherwood's was 218,179. This year, the average base salary for superintendents in the state of Oregon was 182,495. This in 2023. McMinnville's this year, superintendents was 185,000 base salary. Sherwood's, Canby's was 180,000. But when I added up, and I'm not the numbers guy that Jeremy is, but when I added up base salary plus PERS, everybody gets PERS. So, you know, that's to me thing. And then 5% over the other administration, the district for insurance, tax shelter annuity, travel allowance, 3% of the annual salary, which is $6,450 of travel allowance. And then phone cell, 2%, $4,300. That's $266,130 salary. Now that's a generous salary. And I agree, but I feel like as a board member, I don't feel like that this, and it goes up every year because it's by percentage. And so as a board member.
Based on what the teachers get, right? It's tied to that.
Yes.
Yes.
Well, the percentage goes up. I mean, like if he gets more, then the percentage for the travel allowance and the phone goes up. And
So your concern is more with the-
Chair Woodward, if I could just try to
Yeah,
help
sure.
Board Member DeHart understand, I think what she's trying to communicate is that the travel allowance and the cell phone are a percentage of compensation. They're not a
Right.
flat amount.
Yeah.
So as compensation goes up, the percentage that gets paid for travel and cell phone
Mhm.
would also proportionately go up. Does that make sense? So that would be separate and independent, but you are correct that the cost of living increase is tied to the teachers plus the 0.5.
Right. So is it, maybe I'm just misunderstanding this. Is it your desire that we freeze his compensations for travel allowance and phone and stuff? Is that?
Well,
You're asking him?
this is a board decision, it's not just my desire. I mean, whatever the board decides, I will support, because as you know, one of the things I learned at OSBA, even if I don't agree with the majority vote, if I'm in the minority, it's my responsibility to support that in the community. And so I will do that. But my personal, this is just, I'm speaking as my own personal, I think it was a very generous contract, and I'm not faulting Dr. Phillips for this at all. But I want to say this kindly as respectfully as possible. I do fault the board in June of 23 for not making this public. It was not discussed in public. It was not ever presented. The contract was never in the board packet. And so to me, it was not done with transparency at all. And what I want to do tonight is have a transparent discussion. And if people are fine with the contract going on, then that's the board's decision. I personally am not fine with it going on, because I think that it was not really thought out with our legal counsel, this district's legal counsel looking at it. Because as Lisa Freely, our attorney, has said, she works for the district. She doesn't work for, the superintendent. And the district council never saw this contract, as my, so they never reviewed it for the district. So who was looking out for the district at the June meeting?
Just to clarify, I had a brief conversation with Board Chair Dave Brown at one point when he was in my office for another thing, but and we talked in general terms, which I'm not going to disclose in this conversation because it would be a privileged conversation. But I never saw any documents after that.
And can I just one point of clarification? So the reason we were having this conversation in December is because Dr. Phillips' contract states that we have to have this decision by February 15th. So it is a contractual obligation that we have this conversation. It wasn't just, we didn't just sort of walk in one day and say, we want to talk about your contract. Just wanted to make sure that you understood that. And then, I think I don't know when the last time people have read the contract and understood sort of the generous nature of the contract. But it gives me great pause for our ability to move forward. And I think the spirit of the contract gives me is a little disconcerting for me, which I'd be happy to go through more in detail, but I don't have a schematic of how this all impacts our budget. And this is not in, I'm glad that we're financially in a good spot right now. That doesn't have anything to do with this contract.
One of the things that was interesting to me as we talk about policy is the Newburgh School District Policy CBC is about superintendent's contract, and it can be interpreted different ways. But it says the board will not issue a contract that includes terms which direct the superintendent to take any action that conflicts with local, federal law, etc. And contracts shall not be issued for more than 3 years in duration. The contract shall automatically expire at the end of its term. But this is the clause that probably is okay. It makes this contract okay. The board may elect to issue a subsequent contract at any time for up to 3 years. But this contract didn't have any end to it. And so the substantive contract was just included in the regular contract. So to me, this doesn't really follow, I mean, it's my personal interpretation, not legal. It doesn't really follow our school district policy.
Well, it's renewed, right? It's renewed every year. Sorry, it's renewed every year, so it's a rolling 3-year contract. And my understanding is that this was run by legal.
It was run by some legal, but not by district legal.
Well, in fairness, I mean, I don't know who it was run by. I don't know if we had other attorneys on the board at the time, whether or not Tyler Smith reviewed it. I don't know that. But it might be a good question for the 2 board members. You know, did you know sort of this contract, and, you know, when did you guys have the opportunity to weigh in on it? And then maybe at this point.
Yeah.
So here's my input. Definitely been a focus on mine without anybody's influence to look at this from day one. The summer OSBA session, I talked to probably 5 different people about kind of how to go about looking at this. And that's where I came up with the comment earlier. The feedback I've gotten is if we're going to reopen it, we have to ask Dr. Phillips permission to reopen it. Like, he did offer an opportunity to kind of basically, I don't know about reopening, but it's kind of about the continuation about what could happen on that year 4. But if we're going to change anything here, we'd have to ask him in the current 3 years, we'd have to ask him. The main reason why I'm looking to this is because does he automatically get the $6,450 for travel allowance or the $4,300 for technology? To me, I'm a family of 6, all cell phones and up-to-date cell phones. It cost me $4,500 to support my family of 6. Why are we paying one person $4,300 for communication device? The principals, they get $50 basically stipend a year based on their cell phones, or if they choose not to do if they choose not to use a school provided cell phone. So between $600 to $4,300, there's a big variance there, which I'm questioning. Travel allowance, does that again automatic? Does Dr. Phillips need to actually provide documentation that he's doing this many miles, that he needs to get a transmission update on his car because of this, or whatever the case may be, right? Or is that just cash in pocket to go there? Other stuff that's kind of on the perks and fringe benefit side of it is insurance. Why does his say a percentage of 5% higher is granted to other district administrators? Is that district administrators question? Is that the overall principals and people that align with them? Or is that Lindenberger's? And why is it 5%? Lindenberger's, it says, pays full premiums. Why I'm questioning that is because on the teachers union, I believe also on the administrators, I'm sure even the other union, I can't think of them right now. Basically, if you don't need to use their insurance premiums, you get actually a kickback of that money by basically 2/3 of that amount of, say, $1,600, then you get whatever that equates to. I should have done the figures, goes actually into your paycheck. So why are we paying him 5% higher than Lindenberger if that's what is paid full premiums, or $1,600? And so there's a lot of gaps and questions just on the fringe benefits side of it. There's also a couple things that Nancy's already provided, which I agree that there's contract is illegal in some points when it comes to the way Oregon contract law is written. You cannot pay out somebody for undue work. If we fired him this year, we can't say he automatically gets paid for 3 years worth of work. That's against Oregon state contract law, according to my OSBA contacts. And if we do want to compare salaries, I know Nancy did a great thing about comparing salaries. Vincent Adams at OSBA, he works with a consulting firm. I think the main one maybe you guys use this. I heard maybe you guys did use it when you looked at the compensation for Dr. Phillips. But basically it's a $250 fee, which we can get all contracts, including fringe benefits, costs, and percentages, et cetera, for the all state of Oregon. So if we want an additional analysis or additional consideration, we can do that. I will make I guess my plea. I'm not saying making a movement right now. I say we go with option, whatever it is, to let it expire within 3 years from now, and we do the normal thing most people do and relook at it again to extend the contract when that expires.
Can I go back to my original question? Lisa, there's like, is option 4 a legal fix? In essence, would be opening it up to have I read a mutually agreed upon solution, but essentially to fix some of those errors that have been found legally. Is that I just want to make sure that's the correct understanding of option 4 on this.
When I was approached to review motions as they were describing what they wanted to try and achieve, yes, that was the one that was attempting to try and identify that there were some provisions of the contract that there was concerns with that they would like to renegotiate. And they're not, based on what the conversation I listened to, they weren't all financial. They were some that were more procedural or process in this contract. And so that was what the intention was. Now, I also have to acknowledge that the board member is correct that no contract, a contract is mutual, right? If you and I have a contract and we've signed on the dotted line and I come to you and say, I'm having some regrets right about now. Can we renegotiate? That is totally within your parameters to say yay or nay to that. And if you say no, then I honor the deal. That's the way that works, right? On the other hand, it can be, depending on the relationship we have, you may want to try and address my issue because of the desire to kind of make our relationship work. And so you may want to actually address the issue, and we will sit down and we'll have those conversations. So all it is giving some direction to these motions are intended to give some direction to your board leadership to be able to make a decision so that they can be more adequately prepared prior to the February 13th board meeting. Does that answer your question?
I think so. So thank you. Yeah, I think just to add my comment to that. Personally, I like this option 4. I like that it's us agreeing that that on our end, we would speak with Dr. Phillips and try to fix some things. I echo some of the concerns that have been said about how it was done. I do not fault Dr. Phillips for that. That he was presented with a contract. I know that one thing, and I don't want to keep revisiting it, but I know even that day of that board meeting, in the June one, I reached out to the district asking for a copy of this contract, cited the law that said it needed to be public and that we needed to have it public. And I was ignored until after it was passed. So, and I have those email records myself. So I'll just want to put that on record that happened. But again, I don't blame Dr. Phillips for that. I like option 4 personally, if I'm just going to advocate for that, because again, it says a mutually agreeable. We've said it, I've said it, I have no desire to get rid of you. I think that, you brought forth, one solution, and when you called me, you expressed some desire to have a solution and move forward, and I appreciate that, and I like this, that when we do so, it would fix some of those issues that I see the bigger issue with some of these with some things that might be contrary to the law. So that would be my bigger issue, and again, it's mutually agreeable. So, but I've found you to be pretty agreeable with discussions. So I think that one gives the most room for good faith on both sides. Because I don't want to punish you for, I think there are some legitimate concerns, but I don't want to punish you for those that was taken care of in an election personally. So.
So just for some clarity, none of these options gets rid of Dr. Phillips. It's a conversation about moving forward. And number 4, it's not just about the balloon payment, right? It's looking at all of the contract step by step, paragraph by paragraph. We go through
I believe so, yes.
Yeah.
I mean, it was intended to allow the board to give some discretion to the board chair
Yeah.
to identify some areas that they would like to address.
Yeah.
Like to address.
And because the contract has some areas for me that are confusing. This is the percentage that we're getting for travel and we're getting for, but then parts of the contract say the school district will reimburse Dr. Phillips for his travel. And so what I'm questioning is with Jeremy's, is this a lump sum that you get it, just goes into your paycheck every month? And then how does that, is there a reimbursement for, going to, I don't know, Louisiana is where the School Board Association conference is. Would that come out of the school district budget? And I am just more used to contracts from the county where administration, all of that money is line itemed. It's not, sort of presented in this way. And then the $30,000 at the end of 3 years of basically, seems like, okay, you haven't gotten fired, so we're going to reward you with a $30,000 bonus. At the end of the day, our responsibility, the fiduciary responsibility of a board member is to the district, is to the citizens of this community, it's to the children. And just reading even what the city is going through, Will Worthy, the city manager, is talking about the fiduciary responsibility to be wise stewards of the money. And this contract, and I'm just going to use the word, we've been saying generous, but it's excessive in terms of, and I don't want to get rid of you either. So these are always really hard conversations. But when we left it, that was balking at paying a superintendent at $175,000, and now we're up to 218. And then there's so many, I think the attorney who helped you through this was very skilled at sort of putting little pockets of money away in that just keep building and building and building. And anything that's administrator is going to, over administrator fees, Scott's going to be the next highest person. And he comes in with your contract, your previous contract. So our admin fees for the DO I haven't seen sort of the numbers, but they have to have just been really much more than we would have seen, 3 years ago. So these are why I have major concerns about this contract and have had them since the day that this contract finally got published to the community. And I'm not using it as, I'm irritated with how it all got done, but that's not the point. The point is I'm very concerned about our responsibility to the district in terms of what this contract is costing us.
I'll say this. I think you make some good points on some of the things that are in the contract. I will say this, after spending time in executive session, I think that the two issues need to be separated. One is, do we retain Dr. Phillips based on merit and his performance? And then renegotiate, if that needs to be a motion, I can make the motion to renegotiate the contract if that's what he wishes. Then I think the two should be separate. I don't think we should be taking a gun to his head, holding that over him.
And I don't, I don't think this is an evaluation. This isn't about an evaluation. This is about a contract.
I never thought.
No, and I'm not saying it's about an evaluation, right? But it's at that point where we are deciding, do we extend his contract for another year? And I'm saying that we're saying to him, it seems to me that we're saying, renegotiate your contract or we won't extend your contract.
Okay. I think that is why I was always confused about the 3-year rolling contract, because it does feel that way. And I feel like that's a weird thing to do. Like right now, let's say we wanted to say this contract is more than we want to take on in a 4th year. It feels strange that we are almost having this. Do we want you long-term? Because I don't like that conversation right now, because it's not, but it has to be, because we have to make that decision now. Do we want a 4th year? And is this a thing? Is a 3-year rolling contract a normal? I've never heard of it. I've never seen it.
3-year rolling contracts do exist.
Is it normal
Yes, they do.
practice for?
I don't know that I would, I mean, I don't know how you define normal.
Sure.
We all have definitions
Sure.
of normal. Would I say that it is in all administrator contracts? No. Would I say that it shows up in, I don't know, 40, 50%, maybe,
Yeah.
right? But I would also tell you that term contracts also exist, right? So, I mean, I think both types of contracts exist when you look at superintendent contracts.
So yeah, just in terms of that, that's why, because I agree with you. It almost feels that way right now, and I don't want that to, but it is if we don't do something right now, then it's a 3-year contract. And then next year, if it's the same conversation and it's like, well, are we talking about this like it's a performance review? And it's like, no, it is. It's a contract review. It's talking about the contract because it's year to year with that extra year every time. So it's a hard and slightly uncomfortable conversation, but I do think that there are a lot of good points being made that this is going to be hard in 4 years and then 5 years if we were to ignore it again.
To add clarity, and I know Lisa already provided her input. When I talked to OSBA about this rolling contract, the gentleman I talked to says it's definitely a minority that if you split it in half or wherever that line falls, it's definitely a minority of this rolling contract. And he said it usually falls into a good superintendent relationship that's been on with the district for a while, and it keeps going. And they want to just continually go until maybe whatever. So the majority is the term contract, which is usually 3 years. Why I'm concerned also, besides that, we do know kind of what's going to maybe happen. I mean, kind of going back to the budget, I think we talked about the budget a couple meetings ago. You educated us based on 2 years ago, whatever, bienniums, that we would be able to know like kind of forecast of maybe what our budgets may look like in the future. Maybe not, Heather. I know I'm pointing to you, Heather, and looking at you, but I mean, I apologize for.
I think you're confusing two things. I think you're confusing when the state does a reconciliation of the state school fund and how far behind that is, and then projection looking forward. We always know. We don't always. So we know for 2 years what our budget looks like.
Yeah.
Beyond that 2 years, we don't know until the legislation passes. So I know what our budget is going to be next year.
Sure.
I know what our state school fund is going to be. But beyond that, I don't know what it's going to be.
Do they go back though based on numbers of students? Like I thought they were like 2 years behind on the student count
When they
too.
do a reconciliation for state
Is that
school
what
fund,
it-
yes.
That's what okay. My
Yeah.
apologies.
Yeah.
And
My
that-
concern is that we've lost and we still are on the lower side of students. We're going to have a lower budget, not this biennium, because I think we just started, but in 2 years. And so is this going to impact that? And how much, if we continue this route, if this was untouched, and again, my vote is, or my recommendation is to just say, we're gonna not continue it, let it normally expire at this point, 3 years from now, or 2.5 years. We'll bring this conversation back up again closer to that end of 3 years to offer a new contract. Because I don't know if our budget's going to look very well, and what if our student count keeps falling? There are risks here long term. So
can I say something on that? I think my problem with that though is I'm thinking from an employee standpoint, right? You run the risk if you just leave Dr. Phillips open like that, because we're talking about the 4th year here, that he'll go somewhere else. You run that risk with any employee, right? If you just leave him hanging out there of, well, we're going to talk about your contract later, rather than give you, I mean, he's got a family to take care of too, where some of these other options are, we're going to give you the employment, but we're going to negotiate that 4th year, or we're going to keep it or that. So I think that's one concern I would have, is just, he's got to make decisions for his family too. And just like, we don't want to kick the can. I don't like the idea, kind of like what Director Allen said, of kicking the can down the road. We're going to have the same issue no matter what. And that feels like we're doing the same thing, except leaving him hanging in the wind. And I don't like that either. I like the idea of fixing issues and giving him the option for continued employment.
I'm going to respectfully disagree because I think that we know that we're paying on the higher end. And it's 2.5 years of a contract left. I think that we don't wait maybe till the end. I think that that's important to not, go into a school year without having anything done. But if we do go down that route, it's for the sake of cleaning this up so that it makes more sense fiscally for us. But I mean, it would still be a 2.5 year contract that, there's good rapport. I want to make this work. I think that there's great arguments where it's hard. It's hard with this. But I would hate for it to seem like, I don't think there's a lot of school districts that are going to be paying $250,000 right now for a superintendent for a 3-year, I don't know. I don't think that this would mean we're just saying goodbye. I would hope not. I would hope that we could get this done, not in 2 years, but try to fix this sooner than later.
Well, if we do any contract renegotiation under court, it has to be done by February 13th. And I think at the end of, I'm just going to say one more thing and then I'm going to be done. I want to know, does this contract reflect the priorities of this board and this district?
Can I just clarify a statement, just from process point? There is, part of my job is always to problem solve, right? And to think of solutions to problems. So I don't think that you lose the ability to renegotiate if you fail to do it between now and February 13th. Okay. You could continue to negotiate with Dr. Phillips for whenever and however Dr. Phillips chooses to engage in that conversation. You do have to make a decision before February 15th, whether or not you want this contract to continue and to remain to be a 3-year contract, or under the terms as it is currently written, or whether you want to send a notification to Dr. Phillips that says, we don't want to add a 3rd year to this contract. And what I'm hearing from the board is that this isn't an issue of performance. This is an issue of contract. And so we're going to give you that notification, which means there's 2 years left on this agreement. And then you could engage in a conversation, and that conversation could continue from now until June, December. It could take 2 years to work through that conversation, right? But there is, the decision you have to make is whether or not you want this contract, which under a straight term would become a 2-year contract on July 1 of 2024, or you want it to be a 3-year contract as of July 1, 2024, right? Now, you could make the decision that you want to condense that negotiations and have it in that window of time. And if you fail to get the negotiations, then there's another decision point, another inflection point for you at that point. But one doesn't preclude, I just want to make sure you understand that one doesn't preclude the other. Okay.
And Dr. Phillips, would you be willing to talk about, what's your opinion on that? Can we ask that? And then would you be able to address some of these questions that are being thrown out there?
I think the idea of saying we're going to stop the contract and not roll it forward, that's referred to as a non-renewal. Non-renewal is not good news. So I don't care for that.
That's not my, I just want to clarify, that's not my intent.
But that's what it's called. When you shut down a contract and you say, at the end of this contract, we're done, and we'll talk about that next year later, that's a non-renewal. And in my experience, rolling 3s are very common, and I can get the data on that. Randy Shield. Randy Shield has every contract in the state, every superintendent contract in the state, and he'll be able to tell me exactly what % of superintendent contracts are rolling. It's the norm. It's not an exception. It's not a outlier. It's the norm. I thought quite open and transparent on December 28th with board chair and vice chair about the contract. This was what I was trying to avoid by saying, let me take a freeze. It gets the renewal and it stops the contract from progressing. I don't understand why that's not a good solution. So I'm a little confused by that. I suppose unless you want me to go backwards, which when I brought that up, once again, December 28th, I was told that's not an option to go backwards. So yeah, I'm a little confused. I don't understand why the freeze isn't a decent option.
Well, I think my memory of the conversation is you said people don't go backwards in contract negotiations. So you wouldn't contract, you wouldn't negotiate to get less. Right. I mean, and I don't think that that's unreasonable. But
yeah, so if going backwards isn't necessarily an option, the next best option for the board is a freeze, which was my idea. I agreed to. I called every one of you and said, I get it. Let's freeze year 4. If you want me back, let's freeze year 4. If you don't want me back and you want to non-renew me, then, obviously that's your prerogative.
I guess
I'm going to move to renew Superintendent Stephen Phillips' employment contract for academic year 26-27 with the compensation freeze set to the 25-26 wages as presented.
I second.
discussion. I'm going to discuss, I disagree respectfully that I don't see a vote to say we're not going to keep this contract go on because it has 2 more years on it. And it can easily be negotiated to go on for another year with whoever's on the board at that time. I definitely don't see it as a non-renewal. I mean, non-renewal is to me like a different, would look way different.
I do need to tell you that legally, the word probably isn't non-renewal, but what the board's motion would probably be that you're not extending the contract for another year, right? That would be the terminology you would be using. The non-renewals have a tendency to apply to administrators that are covered by the fair dismissal process, and the teachers, right? But it would be a statement that would be saying that you're not extending that contract for an additional year into, and I've lost track of what the years are. Is it 26, 27? Yeah.
Okay, we have a motion on, is there a more discussion or call for the vote?
I would just like to say that to some degree, blindsided might not be the right word. This was more unexpected of a robust conversation than I thought was going to be had, and I didn't really know it was going to be had. We have a month, correct? Does this vote need to be taken today?
Well, you have a motion, so you are going to take a
I
vote.
get that. If it didn't,
But
we
the
didn't come
contract-
to
the
an agreement today.
The contractual deadline for the district is February 15th.
Does anyone think that it would be good to seek public opinion on this? I feel I don't leave it at that.
I will say this, I've made the motion, but I will make another comment. I want to separate the two, so I would still be willing to make a motion after this to authorize board leadership to interact with Dr. Phillips to renegotiate maybe some of the legal or percentage sticking points. Yeah.
I think just a point of discussion too is like I said, I also have some problems with parts of the contract, but I also don't like the idea of non-renewal or whatever legal is, because I feel like we've talked about transparency, and since we took office, we keep saying, hey, we're going to keep you as long as your performance is there. And we keep saying there's not a performance issue. So I just don't want to be untransparent and say one thing of, yeah, we're going to keep you, and then do what in many contract world looks like we're not going to keep you. So I think that's what I have a problem with. Some of those other issues is I just want to be true to what we're saying, which is we're going to keep you because we haven't had an issue with your performance. So I just want to say that.
If there's no more discussion, would you like to read back your motion and then we'll have a vote?
Yeah, I move to renew Superintendent Stephen Phillips' employment contract for the academic year of 2026, 2027 with a compensation freeze set to the 2025, 2026 wages as presented.
And that was seconded by Renee. Okay, all those in favor of that? 3. All those opposed? 3. Abstain? 1. Does that mean that motion did not carry? The options are other options, motions. Are there other motions that people might want to make?
How about the first one? I move to renew Superintendent Stephen Phillips' employment contract for the 2026, 2027 school year.
Second.
All those in favor of that? 2. All those opposed?
I move that we have board leadership talk with Superintendent Phillips. Is that in here? Okay. I move to direct the board chair and vice chair to negotiate with Dr. Phillips a proposed addendum to his contract to be presented to the board for ratification no later than February 13, but before February 15, 2024. The addendum to be negotiated shall be mutually agreeable to Dr. Phillips and shall be in a form approved by the district's general counsel.
Second.
Any discussion about this?
So, yeah, so I guess my question is his renewal has to be done by February 15th. Right? So if this negotiation if the negotiations, so we're leaving that up to the chair and vice chair to negotiate with Dr. Phillips. If those negotiations don't go anywhere, then when is the board meeting for February 15th?
February 13th.
February 13th.
So if it doesn't
Okay.
go well, I think we would be right back to where we are now with votes. So.
And can you restate what you said about, the contract doesn't have to be fully ironed out, but we just have to make the decision by the 14th that we are going to work together.
Yes, but let me be clear. What I was talking about was your real decision. The February 15th is the deadline for you to make a decision whether you want this contract to be a 2-year contract or a 3-year contract. And those could be completely separate decisions from how long it takes to negotiate if Superintendent Steve Phillips, my brain just kind of froze there. If Superintendent Phillips is willing to engage in a negotiation. So, I mean, but you have to make that decision on the length of the contract by February 15th. That, I mean, if you make no decision, then the contract you currently have will continue in all terms and conditions as they are currently written for an additional another year, which will make it 3 years.
This,
Or it could go on another year and another year and another year.
Right, well, and it would, board chair. I mean, because even if you were to make a decision this year, you still will have another decision to make next February, right? Because it's an annual process that you have to do.
it sounds like this option would kind of go to what you were saying, Director Allen, of you felt a little blindsided. Director DeHart, you said the same. And this also, to answer yours, it seems like to me would be that if they aren't able to come up with something that also gives the rest of us time to ruminate on this over the next month.
I would say that I respect what you said about what it would say, non-renewal, non-extension, whatever we want to call it. And I respect that. But I would like to see if there is, you know, you don't need to know this right now, but if it's something that you would be willing to talk about, whether it's the freeze or any of the other things, just to try to see what we can do. Again, I wish this conversation could be longer in certain ways to actually talk through things, but I'd really rather not make this right now when I think that there were a lot of very good points brought up that I would like to think more on before.
We have Saul made a motion, option 4. Is there a second to this?
I seconded
You
it.
seconded it? Okay, is there any further discussion? If not, we'll call for the vote. All those in favor of option 4? Ooh. All those opposed? Okay.
So that leaves us what with the remaining is to hold off till next month because we have to have a decision by the 13th.
No.
Well, we do have to, well, we don't have to do anything and auto renews. But if we want to make a recommended change or say, no, it's not going to auto extend, then, or renew, however wording you want to use, then yes, we have to declare that by next board meeting. I'm going to actually make a offer suggestion. I don't know if this should be a motion or whatever. It sounds like we need more time to process, research, whatever. If we also want to, I don't know who would be in favor of this or not, but to pay that $250 fee to get all the contracts of Oregon, we can start. I think we should do that from just a data understanding of where everything sits. But that would be $250. I don't want to pay it out of my pocket. I would assume it'd be a board, you know, process, and you can get it for free.
Yep, from any shield you are.
Yeah, well, then I guess my recommendations already being met and save money.
So then are we thinking of another board meeting in January to come back? I mean, we don't have a lot of time to really. Yeah, so January or the February meeting, what are we talking about here in terms of people feeling comfortable coming back?
I'm going to do, board chair can also make a motion, and I'm just going to go through. I move to direct the board chair and the vice chair in consultation and form approved by the district general counsel to notify Dr. Phillips no later than February 13th, but before February 15th, as required by his current contract, that his employment contract will expire on June 30th, 2026. In my opinion, this is not a termination of contract. It's 2 years. Whoever's on the board there has the option to do whatever contract they want. He still gets paid his salary, his percentages for 2 years. He's set. I don't see an issue with it, but that's just my personal opinion. Is there a second to my motion?
I'll second it.
Okay, any further discussion? All those in favor?
I hope that you can realize that if we lose our superintendent, it's going to be very difficult to replace him and to find another superintendent.
Renee, I really respectfully disagree with, this is not a non-renewal. And I know that Dr. Phillips doesn't think this is, but this is a 2-year contract. He's still employed, and the board has the option to keep him on for another 3-year contract or do the same kind of contract with a rolling contract in 2 years' time. And that's to me how a lot of boards have operated. Normal. I know that that's just my opinion. So we have any other discussion?
May I make a comment?
Sure.
Your legal counsel said a few minutes ago that the vernacular wasn't exactly a non-renewal, but your motion is a non-renewal. Semantics, you can kind of wordplay that however you want, but the motion that was just made is for a non-renewal.
So I guess this is a philosophical question. Then how do we take control of the contract? Because this contract is excessive. And it's not, like you said, it's not typical that you roll, you vote in favor of a lesser amount. But this is just, it's just a kind of a hard sort of understand how we even got here. This contract was negotiated by another board, and we're responsible now for that contract. And for us to be able to really comply with our fiduciary, I keep saying that, fiduciary responsibility, it's hard for me to understand how we can afford this type of a contract, regardless of what our bottom budget is, bottom line is, because it is, there's just, we just have some problems with it. And it's not just about the legality of some of this language. It's just, it's hard for me to understand why. I mean, I get that your attorney padded some of these areas, but as somebody who's responsible for the taxpayers of this community, it's hard for me to agree to a 4-year and then where we are at year 4 of the freeze. We got to have a conversation again. And I think that language of the non-renewal, that's created by superintendents, right? That's just sort of and maybe it's, in other areas as well, but how do we move forward now? It's just a philosophical question. We do have a motion on, and it's been seconded, right?
So if there's no further discussion, all those in favor of the motion? Aye. Those opposed? And abstain? Okay, well, we are really stuck here.
I move that we table this until the February 13th, not table, postpone this until the February 13th board meeting.
Second.
Points of discussion.
Discussion, yeah.
So what's supposed to happen?
Can we
between
get
now?
some more information on, as Dr. Phillips said, he has his contact, Randy something.
Randy Shields.
Yes. And also would love to, maybe before that meeting, if we could actually get copies of some surrounding district superintendent contracts, I think that would be helpful. So I think if we postpone this and have some more stuff sent to us and some more data, I think we may have a more informed discussion and hopefully decision next month.
I think the information you get from Randy, it might not be the written out 4 or 5 pages each, but you're going to get the bullet point version of everything that we comparative to this contract. So I don't know if we need to, and Dr. Phillips, correct me if I'm wrong, but it should have everything that they've obtained, which is probably what 95+% of all the school districts. I don't know if they got everybody's, but this Randy guy. So, I mean, whoever he works with.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if a district of 100 kids is relevant.
Yeah.
So yeah, yeah.
So in, labor negotiations, we do 3 up, 3 down. So those are the comp counties. So if you look at counties or school districts that are comparable to us in terms of 3 up and 3 down, you're right there in the middle. And I don't know who those school districts are. But then they also take into account sort of where in the state you are. So this is an unfortunate conversation to be having, and I'm sorry that we are having.
I think to answer the question earlier is that this motion gives us the time to think about it, because this was mentioned, multiple directors said they felt a little blindsided by some of this. And so I think we need some more information that was asked tonight so we can think on this. Because I think we're at a stalemate. We've gone through all these and one of the motions twice. So with the same exact outcome. So I think some more information, we can all think on it and ruminate on it in our own manners before next month.
I'm very concerned about the timeline. If we vote on something, a freeze, and then negotiate in 2 days, it's impossible. I mean, Dr. Phillips offered a freeze, and we could, if people are open to a freeze, we could discuss that, but
I think
had that.
I'll go back to what I said before. I think we all like Dr. Phillips. We're happy with his performance. I think some valid points were made, but I don't think you negotiate in good faith with a proverbial gun to his head. I still propose that we give him what he asked for, and then we negotiate in good faith with him on the contracts and the sticking points that were brought up tonight.
To clarify, you're saying, so we would give him what he asked for with the freeze, and then for that 4th year, that additional year, and then look at the renegotiation for the year after that.
Yes.
Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. This is Director Wolfler, exactly. And it gives us time. I share Chair Woodward's concerns. I think that there is a lot of information that's missing here tonight that we need to get. I would like to see what is common, and what's coming out with new contracts. The new superintendents take different positions, what their pays are and stuff like that. But I'm going to make a motion again.
We have the motion to postpone still. Still.
Unless somebody wants to rescind that.
I already did. Yeah.
Okay, so we had a motion to take this up at the February 13th meeting. All those in favor of that? Opposed? We have strange bedfellows. Okay, so that one failed too. So
okay, I'm going to move. Geez, I need my glasses now. I move that the board, to renew Superintendent Stephen Phillips' employment contract for the academic year of 2026-2027 with a compensation freeze set to the 2025-2026 wages as presented.
Second.
No. Renee's asking if we already voted on this one.
We did.
Okay. Any further discussion? Okay.
I think, well, I was just gonna say with discussion, if this one passes, then as Director DeHart said, then that would, I think the spirit of this motion would be so that our superintendent doesn't feel like there's a non-renewal while still giving ourselves time to get this information that we all are asking for, and then look at the renegotiation for the year following.
I just want to make sure everybody's clear that the decision then would be that you're going to add a year to the current contract as it is currently written.
With the compensation freeze.
Yes.
At the end of the 3rd year of so whatever the compensation is at the end of the 3rd year of the current contract becomes and you guys have been talking about it as the 4th year, becomes the compensation for the 4th year.
Right. And then it doesn't take into account any adjustments to the contract and the language regarding whether or not it's even legal to say if we have to let you go, that within 5 years, we are compensating you for health insurance. Right? It doesn't change the language of
No,
the
it would not
contract,
make any changes. It would.
but for the fact that the compensation level's frozen at year 3.
Yes.
And then
Basically-
we would make a motion that the chair and vice chair enter negotiations with Dr. Stephen Phillips on amendments to his contract. And that would give us time to gather the information that we need to make an informed decision, so you guys can do what you need to do in negotiations.
For year 5, correct? Is essentially what you're saying.
Would
No,
it be
that's
cleaner if we had one motion that said both things in one motion? Because
I just want to make sure everybody's counting right, because I don't want anyone to walk out of here.
Right.
Right. I don't want any hate mail the next day by either side. I want you to be sure you're counting right.
If we did a freeze, would that be amending the contract in the way that he would have to open up the?
You cannot freeze it without him agreeing to, I mean, the mere fact you vote on it is meaningless.
Right.
Right? A contract is a written signed agreement. And I appreciate that Dr. Phillips has made the offer. That would seem to indicate he would sign an addendum to his contract. But until you actually have a signed addendum, this vote of a salary freeze would be, it's wishful thinking.
Well, since it was my idea, I would agree to it.
And I respect that.
Yeah.
It just is, it goes to this idea of we would have to open it up. We would have to have that done. At that point, that's the whole idea that you originally said. I believe that I got that right, is that you have to agree to that. And then at that point, we can renegotiate. And who is doing the negotiations outside of we're deciding this exact thing? That's not, it is, and I get it and I appreciate it. But I'm confused at why we would just say there's a very closed thing. The renegotiation is the one thing that you suggested, and we're not going to talk about anything else. It just seems strange that we're going to vote on this now. It's going to add the extra year regardless of what we say about a freeze or not until the addendum's made. And then I'm just confused by the process of this specific part, and not just saying maybe we get the addendum done by February 13th so we can actually vote on it as the contract will be if we want to approve that. I'm just confused by the process.
I think this motion is basically making the offer to renew him as long as he agrees to that, and then we would ratify it by the 13th.
You're making the offer to extend, I mean, the contract will add a year once if this motion were to pass, it will add a year to the contract. And that will be a done deal unless Dr. Phillips wishes to take a year off of his contract. Does that make sense?
Would we be saying conditionally? We are
What would be
extending
the,
this
what would be the condition?
conditionally on the freeze, since the freeze is not something we can actually vote on right now. I'm making a mountain out of a molehill. I'm just confused.
Yeah.
You can tell none of us are attorneys.
No, to be, when you have a rolling contract, this goes a little bit, and because I don't have an opinion as to whether you should renew or you should not renew. I don't have any opinion on, my goal is merely to make sure you understand the legal consequences of your decisions. Okay. So, when you ask the question about what do you do, right? Board member Bridges, or, a while ago, like, how do you get control of the contract, right? You really don't, unless you have an end to that contract, which then allows the parties to come back together at the time once that contract ends, which is why we actually end labor negotiations, like labor contracts. We generally don't have a labor contract that rolls, because otherwise you would not have the ability to control or make decisions or changes, because there is no moment when that happens unless that contract gets to a point that it's going to expire and the parties need to come together and make another decision about what that contract's going to look like, good, bad, or indifferent, right? And so until you get to a point where that contract ends, you are always going to have this difficult conversation philosophically about, is it a non-extension, non-renewal, whatever we call it? Or is it a conversation solely about a contract versus performance, right? And so I think you need to understand just legally, you don't have, there's no end to this with the rolling contract. And so it really doesn't provide that that conclusion that allows the parties to come back together and then make probably decisions that neither party wants to make to get to that contract, because everybody makes concessions in a negotiations over a contract that, you know, I figure if both parties walk out kind of unhappy about it, then we probably did an okay job, because, you know, you got some of what you wanted and you got some of what you wanted, and we all walked away and we thought it was fair, right? But you're not going to get to that point if the contract is always in play for an extended period of time. And that's the difficulty with this conversation philosophically. And I understand it, but what you guys have got to figure out is where you want to go with that problem, right? How you want to solve that problem.
And would it help anybody if we had an understanding of what these contracts are costing? Because we have a document, that's the contract, but it doesn't really talk about what is that bump up from year X to year, you know, the next one, and then the next one, and then the next one, and how much the all of the values are for the car and technology and, you know, whatnot. And so would that aid anybody? And if that's the case, then who creates that?
We don't have those answers yet because we're negotiating with the teachers union this spring.
But we could sort of take it like
you guess
even what now,
yeah, you could
because I mean, if this has been, you know, taking people by surprise, I'm sorry about that. It's been in the agenda, and I mean, it's part of the contract and it's what we have to be doing. But maybe that information will help people understand what the value of this contract is.
I have the figures based on if we keep it at currently NEA is 2.5%. So that means a 3.3% increase for Dr. Phillips. If that stays constant, then his base salary goes from 215 this year to 221,450 next year to 228,093.50 for 25-26. So 12,000, almost $13,000 increase. So that's whatever. So I've already kind of crunched it. There's just some outstanding questions like the insurance. What does that 5% higher mean, and does he get compensation back on it?
And then,
right.
And then there's all the other benefits.
Right. So currently, without taking insurance out, what I've calculated, he's going to get paid $238,650 this year. It could be higher. Could be always the plus side. Next year, with the $30,000 retention bonus, is $275,000 or higher, and then 25-26, you're looking at least $253,000 for total compensation. What in my layman's terms is potential money in the pocket. I know he's going to have to pay gas. He's still going to have to do his stuff. So those and the technology, those will be somewhat offset from his stuff. But to me, that is still paycheck money and not like reimbursed processes. So.
We have a motion and a second. Let's see if I can remember it.
Can you remind us which motion we're voting on again?
Freeze. Yeah, to freeze it. To freeze. One comment that this is a very long conversation, but I don't understand why board members are opposed to an end of a contract. the whole teachers union is going to be negotiating this year. Last time they ended a contract in 2 years. They only had a 2-year contract. They're going to negotiate. You don't know if they're going to have a 2-year or a 3-year contract. Contracts in school districts often end. And then, well, it's different in the sense that, you know, that it's a teachers union, but contracts end. It's in a lot of,
When a teacher's union contract or a classified union contract ends, their employment doesn't end. When a superintendent's contract ends, their employment ends. Entirely different. Entirely different.
well, if any further discussion, otherwise we'll call for the vote. Okay, the motion was to go ahead with the contract and just freeze the amount for after 3 years and go in the 4th year with the freeze at that same level. Okay. All those in favor of this? All those opposed? Okay, that motion didn't. Any recommendations?
What if we took a little break?
Yeah, that would help. 5-minute break. Or no? All right.
Good with that?
What?
Taking a break?
Yeah. come back from our break. w- Lisa's still here, but I asked her if she had any suggestions to get past this, and she said that we could make a motion to continue to ask, is kind of a combination. I wish she was still in here. Okay, I better wait. Yeah. She had a suggestion, and I think we'll wait on that. One of the things that someone may be wondering is why we're doing this and taking so long in public session. And I'd just like to remind people, which is in Oregon public meetings law, that it is against public meeting laws to discuss compensation or salary for superintendents in executive session. And so this has to be done in open session for the public to know what's going on. So it's not that we're trying to take up anybody's time, but that's the law. Okay, Lisa, I asked them if you might share an idea to break our logjam.
Yeah, I don't have any idea if it'll break the log jam, but I think you could take a couple of these motions and put them together in some fashion. So you could direct board leadership. As I was looking at them, trying to think of various combinations that you could come up with. One combination would be to provide the required notice prior to February 15th that you're not going to add an additional year to that contract, but direct immediate negotiations to take place and encourage that it be done, before the end of the school year. If and remember, Dr. Phillips doesn't have to engage in negotiations. He could say no, right? But if he does desire to engage in negotiations, encourage the parties to complete it. We could try and do it before February 13th. That could be a target. But you could direct them to have it done before June, right? Try and get it done. If there's an interest in renegotiation, to try and put concerted efforts to get it done before June, right? So it would be wrapped up, and then potentially, if you actually wrapped it up, then that would allow you to then move forward with issuing a new contract, whatever the parties agreed to, and you could have whatever term to that contract you wanted it to be, as long as it wasn't more than 3 years, before going into the summer. We're just basically taking a couple of these and squishing them together.
I kind of like that one a little more because Dr. Phillips, I don't want you to feel like we're trying to get rid of you. And I don't want you to feel, and I get what you're saying with the non-renewal thing and how that feels. And I also think that we're obviously at a stalemate on a lot of things and some problems with contracts. I don't like the idea. And I think one of the things I didn't like about the non-renewal option was it kind of pushes it out 2 years to whoever's in charge, and that leaves you kind of twisting in the wind. And I don't like that. So I like this idea of, maybe a target of February 15th, but I also don't like the rush. I think saying that we would enter negotiations for that additional year to hopefully with a target of wrapped up by the school year, so that Dr. Phillips understands we want to retain you, just want to fix or have a mutually agreed upon contract. And kind of to what you were saying earlier, Lisa, about it's not kind of, we all leave here a little bit unhappy. And I mean, it feels like the next best option because we voted on several of these other ones twice. So, and I don't think we're getting anywhere. So
I don't think a month is, let me rephrase that. I do think a month is enough time. There are superintendents that get hired and contracts are negotiated all the time in under a month. So are
you saying if we voted on the whole thing where this contract ends, but we're saying that we want to enter negotiations for that next year, with the target of by next board meeting, that would not feel so much of as a non-renewal to you. Is that's us. If we were able to pass that, that would be us indicating to you we want to keep you. It's just under a new contract.
Well, since February 13th is before February 15th, then we have a little more than a month between now and then to figure out what 26, 27 looks like. And that should be doable considering it happens all the time. Contracts are negotiated all the time between superintendents and boards in well under a month.
So point blank, you're open to the idea of opening the contract negotiation. And again, you can always walk away and say, no, I just want to keep what I have. I mean, that's the bottom line. I mean, we're saying we want some changes because there's some legality issues, maybe some financial, but at least legality issues. And you're saying somewhat yes to that at this point.
I'm saying I'm more than happy to renegotiate, to look at, to alter 26, 27. As I said, I recommended a freeze. So that's a big altering of 26, 27. If someone wants to talk to me about changing 24, 25 and 25, 26, I'm not saying I wouldn't listen, but that is my contract.
Well, and those years weren't even really as part of these. So, do you have more discussion, or I think I can cobble together a motion. So, well, it'd be kind of not quite, but I think it'd be, if I'm understanding this correctly, and if I'm not, I don't intend any insult, but I move, make sure I'm looking at the right ones, to direct the board chair and vice chair in consultation with and in a form approved by the district's general counsel to notify Dr. Phillips no later than February 13th, but before February 15th, 2024, as required by his current contract, that his current employment contract will expire on June 30th, 2026. And I move to direct the board chair and vice chair to negotiate with Dr. Phillips a new contract for the 26-27 year to be finished by February 13th and before February 15th, 2024.
So my point was, it doesn't have to be tonight. There doesn't have to be anything done tonight. It can be done February 13th. So it gives us a month to figure out what 26, 27 looks like. Then there's not a non-renewal. It's a renewal, and 24, 25 looks like this, 25, 26 looks like this, and 26, 27 looks like this.
I'm going to rescind mine because that was also really messy. So.
Yeah. Okay.
But do we have to ask for a motion for our board leadership to talk with Dr. Phillips?
Yeah. Lisa, what would you have, if you had a motion of what you just suggested, what would you?
No board member has any authority independent
Yeah.
of the board directing their, I mean, you have to operate as a whole, not
Right.
as individuals.
So since we're doing doubles, I'm going to try again. I move to direct the board chair and vice chair to negotiate with Dr. Phillips a proposed addendum to his contract to be presented to the board for ratification no later than February 13th, but before February 15th, 2024.
Is there a second?
Point of clarification before that is that's option 3, but you're just doing the first sentence, or option 4. But you're just doing the first sentence still. Or are you saying, so we're crossing out the rest of it?
I mean, technically that's in the contract anyways, is that it would have to be agreeable to Dr. Phillips, but I wasn't going to go and, okay, I'll rescind that and try one more time. I move to direct the board chair and vice chair to negotiate with Dr. Phillips a proposed addendum to his contract for 26-27, no later, to be presented to the board for ratification no later than February 13th, but before February 15, 2024. The addendum to be negotiated shall be mutually agreeable to Dr. Phillips and shall be in a form approved by the district's general counsel.
Second.
Any more further discussion? All those in favor of this motion? I think, okay, 4, those opposed? 1, 2, abstain? We have a motion that's been approved, so Lisa will be contacting you about this. Okay, I think. Let's see. I need to get back to my agenda.
So point of clarification, let's just so we're all aware. So then at that point, this will be on the agenda for next
To be voted on.
to next agenda, and then we would talk about voting or continuing
Right.
the current contract.
It has to be voted on.
Okay. Well, we don't have to vote on it. We let it slide and it happens automatically,
Yeah,
right?
if there's no vote, the
Right.
contract continues
Yep.
as is.
So this discussion and whatever, if anything that you all come up with Dr. Phillips will be presented as an agenda item next month.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, comments. Well, for you guys have your civics lessons tonight. Would you like to make any comments?
I think that I speak for all three of us when I say that we can wait for any comments till next month, and we would like to get out of here.
Any board members want any comments? Okay, go ahead.
I just want to go back all the way to the beginning of the meeting, actually, to that whole mental and a little bit physical health, just like explanation, I guess, of what's happening in our school district. I think that's really interesting and amazing to hear. I've watched like that tour video of the new building, but I haven't been exactly sure of like what's happening there and who's allowed to visit. And it's really cool to like hear that it's open to anyone that needs the help. And I know I've definitely had friends that are struggling before with their mental health. And I think it would be great just by word of mouth to be able to communicate that with them, that that's an option for them.
So are we doing like, are we
Yeah,
going
if-
through or
if-
just is kind of open?
If open, if anybody wants to say anything, go ahead.
I do have a few things, and one's kind of big and it relates to definitely in the district that's not, I don't think everybody's aware of. So first of all, apologize for checking my phone during the meeting, family issue. And so I just need to make sure I was alert on things. For whoever provided the gifts, thank you for the gifts. They look amazing. We'll look through the basket more when I get home. But I will probably be using at least the beanie probably tonight. So one thought and then one kind of a big thing. So the thought is, this might be a good district, maybe school board opportunity, or think of a solution. We have a very diverse school, especially elementary schools, where when Mabel Rush, Tim and Brian were presenting about their schools, they talked about, their parents, committees, et cetera. And then one thing that's been kind of on my mind lately is that there are a couple of schools in our district that they do have parent involvement, but they don't have always the same opportunity as the other schools, especially at the elementary level. And there's two schools that I know of that, Joanne Austin and Edwards, that they don't have auctions. And it's not because they don't have parents that don't want to be involved. It's just, I think some of us demographics, and it's just, they don't have the ability to do that. And I'm just wondering if there is maybe a solution that we can help make sure that we're more equitable across the school district, especially maybe at the elementary level, where they can maybe get their own Lego robotics kits instead of have hand-me-downs when Mabel Rush upgrades theirs, because that's what happened when I was there. We got new ones and we handed them down to Edwards. And it's like, it just seems like there might be opportunities for us to maybe come up with ideas or solutions, opportunities for them to maybe have, things, or have some maybe, get extra funds for doing some of their own things for their own school, where those auctions and or fundraisers help provide some of those funds. So that's my thought. My thank you is from my family, and actually from Brian Love. Brian Love runs the Toy and Joy program, through which if no one is aware of, they basically offer the opportunity to provide gifts and presents for families in need during the holiday season. The reason why this is kind of school district is they use the plant facilities, building the old school barn, to do all this and to do the hosting and the wrap and all, bringing all the donations. Our family does a huge toy drive. We're probably the biggest contributor, probably definitely the last couple of years. We're actually going to be now we're going to have to do a board over the Toy and Joy and be part of that. But he just wanted to share his thanks to the school district for allowing him to use those facilities for the Toy and Joy drive. There's actually going to store some extras that they had left over in there on the off season, but it pretty much is about 2 months heavy use of at least about 5 to 6 bays. And just some stats here, there's 276 families we served this year, over 600 kids. Again, thanks for allowing us to use the building. They work with the TBFR on the day they actually hand them out. There's a line there's a line of cars out the parking lot down the street, and there's firemen trying to help and work with them to get the boxes out. Many community groups that, besides us or Brian and his crew, they all come together. We make things happen. I know, like Providence, they have a night they go in gift wrap. I don't know, maybe next year we can go in school board and go help gift wrap one night. But also this year with the exorbitant amount of generous donations, we also helped. We gave some directly to the Dundee Fire Station to do their own. We also helped, I think, roughly 20 families in Sheridan as well. So it's just not Newburgh anymore. We are growing to like a Yamhill County level where if we need to, we can help. I know there's another toy drive, kind of, I think, Christmas Spirit or something. I'm sorry if I butchered the name. There's is working in Newburgh as well. But we've even helped them with some of their stuff they need as well. So, but I just want to express that and give those updates because I don't think everybody understands what the school district is actually part of helping with this whole program. And we want to say thanks.
Any other further comments?
Oh, I wanted to give a shout out for the National Law Enforcement Day is today. So I wanted to thank Jeff and Jay, our resource officers, for all they do in keeping our students in school safe, and also for James as well.
I echo Jeremy's thank you for the district for the nice swag. And if there's no further comments, the meeting is adjourned. No, sorry.
I'd like to just, it's late, so I'll be brief. The $1,500 donation to CV Middle School, I'd like to thank them for that. That's great. Mr. Lauer and Mr. Wood, thank them for their presentations today and leading their staff and putting kids first. I appreciate their leadership. Hopefully we can get Polly Rogers here next month to go over the audit with us. I really appreciate Heather and her team. They do a great job holding everyone in the district, as well as myself, accountable. They take their job and their responsibility very seriously, and I appreciate them. The survey, I hope to get that survey out that we mentioned out to the community, parents and staff by the end of this week. So you have it in front of you. If you have any suggestions, please get that to me within a day or so. Jerry, Elise, Amy, and Tony, given their presentation today. Obviously, they've done great work here, working really hard for our kids, frankly, our most at-risk kids, so I appreciate them. Comment about Drew Gallagher's email. as NEA president. I've worked with him for the past, when he was vice president last year, so about 20 months. And then just recently, Andrea Nichols, she's the new vice president. And I appreciate them both. I appreciate his comments specifically tonight. And I do believe that we're developing a really strong relationship built on honesty and candor, transparency, and I'm looking forward to continuing to work with them. Thank you.
Okay, meeting is adjourned.